Hey, John, this is Sean in Chambers. I'm just doing a quick audio check, please.
And have you met Dr. Marosiak, Dr. Freya?
Good to see you again. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. Thanks for having us.
No, Rob, thanks for coming.
Hi, Counselor Broadhead.
Hey, Sean, I'm here.
Nice to meet you.
Perfect. Thanks for confirming.
Thank you.
Hi, Counselor Jolly. It's Cheryl in the chambers. Can we do a quick sound check?
Hi, Cheryl.
Perfect. Thank you.
Make that as
All right, it is now 1 o'clock. I will start our meeting for April 1st, 2025. Attendance at the start of the meeting is 100%. Oh, I need to log into Zoom. I'll do that while we're talking. With Councillor Jolly virtual, I need a motion. Councillor Mackay, go ahead to adopt the agenda.
You bet that the April 5th, or pardon me, 1st, April 1st, that was not an April Fool's joke either. The April 1st, 2025 agenda be adopted as presented.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. So today, as you all know, I can't remember how many years we have been doing a proclamation to proclaim National Poetry Month, but it's starting to become kind of one of the faves. And so our poet laureate, Ari here, where's Ari? Ari Zach is here. And I always try to say a few words to introduce our poet. And so this year I've got something special. I'm going to tell you right now, I did not write this, ChatGPT did, but it was fun. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad we've begun. Today marks the start of a month that is quite dear to celebrate poetry far and near. In St. Albert, where art and culture thrive, we honor the voices that help us feel alive. Our poet laureate, Ari, brings words that shine with verses that echo both heart and mind. Poetry is powerful. It's simple yet profound. It speaks to our souls. It lifts us off the ground. It captures our joys, our pains, and our dreams in ways that are deeper than might first seem. So let's pause and listen as words take flight, as our poet laureate shares a poem tonight. A month full of verses awaits us ahead with stories and stanzas to keep us well fed. Thank you for being here to start this month right and for celebrating poetry's beautiful light. Ari. It's the best I could do. You're going up to the mic now. I'm going to get ChatGPT to put all my speeches into rhyme.
Gary, I hope you're not going to be nominated next month.
Thank you for joining us again. This is your number 2 for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, whenever you're ready.
All right, so I remember the microphone didn't like me last year. Can everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. Okay, so it's been a long winter. I think we can all agree. A shorter second winter, but we've had a lot of that. And when winter comes in, the days get shorter, the nights grow longer. And for me, at least, I find those moments of just absolute darkness you find yourself in, thinking something needs to change. And it's just something, looking back on those moments of purpose that make it worth it. And that was what I was going for here. It is called Mesmeric Momentary, and it goes like this. Days were long, then time endless, walked out late, surveilled sun sinking, steady, step out after eating, after laughter, near, endless. It's dark out here. We step outside and it's pitch, make a night we can't forget. A night to recall in those moments, abject darkness which come frequent now. The sun declines again each day sooner than last, approaching solstice, a molecule in motion. I'm still today, motionless in bed, stare at scorching ceiling, blink to white, illuminating, blinding, sequester under blankets. Think tomorrow, it won't come. Think tomorrow, akin to birds in spring, splintered with buckshots, fragmentation. Think tomorrow as fallen branch, divination, enter hibernation, enter the shell as I become it, rub my hands across myself, feel a husk, cornucopia of promises made, half followed up on. Renew thoughts of you, sensation anew, palpable rendezvous, interrupting headlights right there, momentarily menacing. Meet your eyes, headlights, mesmeric, momentary, move away. Think again of you, intrinsic in my head these days. Point out where fire starts, June 8th, Think tonight as kindling, as controlled burn, tongues go blue, writhing in your pupils, make motif. Rework years of damage, mythology, you look up. Curious, lips open, tooth sinks in left side, eyes close, transactional, open again, lock in, fall closer. Right now, what I wish to revisit, that which will wake me heat to melt frozen perception, carry me through pitch shadow. Play pretend as music, cultivated, lush, lyrical, wax on as memory, as melting, as you melt me. Feel your hand on my cheek, unflinching, resolve, feel legs twist together, bifurcate, temporary, wax, lyrical words to you drip down, impalpable smoke, drifts up. Lock eyes for hours, speak nothing, everything needed to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. Always a great way to start the month of April. So I'll now read the proclamation, and then Ari, when I'm done, can you come on down and we'll hand it off and get a picture and stuff. And before I start, I think I also want to thank the library. Jeffrey's here. For continuing the Poet Laureate program. We started it and you continue to champion it. And I think it does bring a lot of richness to this community and to council chambers once in a while. When in need, we can rely on it. So, whereas the League of Canadian Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month, and whereas National Poetry Month celebrates poetry, writings, and the contribution of poets and all writers to the identity and quality of life of our communities. And whereas National Poetry Month encourages all cities to spotlight local poets in a variety of ways. And whereas these initiatives also celebrate libraries and the work of municipal leaders to promote literacy, reading, culture, and the arts. And whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all St. Albertans. And whereas poetry as an essential part of the arts and humanities affects every aspect of life, including education and community pride. And whereas poetry has inspired our local artists as we recognize St. Albert Poet Laureate. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Poetry Month in the City of St. Albert. Here we go. All right, we're gonna have a picture. Okay, always good. Now, We'll get into the agenda. We have one registered speaker for an item not on the agenda, and then I have a speaker for the public hearings, but that's a bit later. So we do have Lydia Yeomans, the board chair of Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools, here to discuss some of the school division's capital plans. So Lydia, welcome. Come on to the mic. Oh, you even have a PowerPoint? Thank you both for joining us.
Well, thank you for having us. This is Dr. Clint Morosiak, our school board superintendent. And I do want to say thank you for allowing us to have these few minutes to speak with you. We hot off the press, had our board meeting last night. Because of your diligence with such a great area structure plan, it really helped inform what our capital plan moving forward to 2029 will be. And of course, I would like to speak to those quickly. Oh, he told me I just had to click and it would go to the next one. Come on, Sean. Next. Okay.
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. So Riverside obviously is our first priority. And we all know that it's a rapidly growing community. And in fact, in our context, 10,000 people in Riverside, when it's fully built out, is the same size as Morinville, which is a community that we serve
That's
also.
crazy.
And then with that comes increasing demand for Catholic education. I can tell you that our Riverside families were a little bit disappointed. Well, they were disappointed that we didn't get a new build there, but they're hopeful. And we are Catholic people. We are people of hope. We know it's going to come. In my conversation with the Minister of Education this morning, he was very happy to hear that we have such a collaborative relationship with the city of St. Albert. We talked about how grateful we are for the work that you do. And he was happy to hear that. And hopefully it pushed him over the edge for next year. We'll get a Riverside school. So in 2019, Sister Alphonse Academy opened and we are currently at 104% utilization. So if you build it, they do come. We want to ensure that we are able to provide a Catholic choice for our families in our growing communities. That's very important to us. A new K-9 in Riverside will support family choice and ensure faith-based learning is accessible to our families in a brand new area. Honestly, the 4.4, the smaller 4.45 acre site is fully serviced, construction ready, shovel ready as the government asked for, making this a very timely and strategic investment to meet our current and future needs. And he was really happy to hear about that too, in that our site that we proposed for the Riverside School was shovel ready. So thank you so much for making that happen. Hey, Clint, where'd you go?
There we go.
Uh-oh, no, I probably went too far. There we go. Also, we are looking for a replacement high school for ourselves in Sherrill. Ecole Secondary St. Albert Catholic High School is aging. It was built in 1966, and it does lack modern infrastructure for the career and trades that are so important. The new facility would align with provincial priorities for career-focused learning and workforce readiness. Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools actually has grown quite a bit over the last 3 years. Our enrollment has increased by 20%, which is about 800 kids in our school division. And in fact, in St. Albert, we are within 6% of utilization rate to St. Albert Public. Newly built and modernized public high schools in St. Albert for all of our school divisions provide cutting-edge learning spaces for our students, and our Catholic schools, our Catholic students deserve the same investment. And again, I do want to reiterate, when we had our conversation with the minister this morning, he was very happy to hear that you have a solid area structure plan that helps support schools for the 3 school divisions that function in this city. So we are just here to say it's a good news story for us. We thank you for your work, and we are excited to move our projects forward. I am going to turn it over to Dr. Morosiak.
Thank you so much, Chair Yeomans. Yeah, this is perfect. We just want to take this opportunity to thank the city for their commitment shown thus far to maintaining the 25-acre site in Sherrill as a high school site. We believe, we're very pleased for the community that St. Albert Public, as everyone is aware, has recently been awarded K-9 school. And we are hopeful that if there can be a commitment to having the 10-acre site in Sherrill ready, that really will allow all three of our school jurisdiction partners who work together collaboratively for the benefit of the community and the students and families that we serve to achieve all of their capital priorities in the coming years without conflict or pomp and circumstance. Sean, can we switch to the next slide? Thank you. And I just wanted to leave you with this quote from the late Maddie Stepanek. Unity is strength, where there is teamwork and collaboration. Wonderful things can be achieved, and we look forward to achieving wonderful things with the city and with our school jurisdiction partners. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much to both of you. We're going to have an opportunity, thanks, Ken, for questions. Getting rid of the dog. Hold on. Hold on, Ken. Okay, so I'm sure there's already Natalie Jolly has a question, so I'll start with Natalie and then there might be some more from members of council. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. So I'm curious about the current St. Albert High site. What's excuse me, what's the plan for that site if the school is replaced?
Well, the plan, really, the world is the oyster here. It could be repurposed as a school site. It could be repurposed in collaboration with the city for something else to benefit the community. We have a growing school right next door in Vincent J. Maloney Junior High that is nearing capacity. So I think there are multiple opportunities that can be considered by the school jurisdictions and the city with regard to that site.
Thank you. And so I'm wondering why a kind of different site is the preferred option instead of kind of replacing it same site the way Paul Kane was.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, really, when you look at the Paul Kane site, there was an opportunity to engage in new construction and then demolition within the same site. We really don't have the acreage required to actively build a new, because we do like the site. It is very central, obviously, within the city, but we don't have the acreage necessary to complete a new build while maintaining students in the existing school.
Okay, thank you. And same thing with the Father Jan site. Couldn't accommodate something like this, eh?
It could not. That is a little over a 4-acre site, and it could not accommodate the infrastructure necessary for a high school. Even one of the 10-acre sites is really too small for a high school when we look at the size necessary to accommodate parking, sports fields, and whatnot.
Okay, and my last question is about the 200 additional students. Are those including the students from that would have gone to ESME, or is that in addition to them? Just with that high school shutting down?
Yeah, it includes the students that would have gone to ESME, but at the time that the ESME high school program was closed and those students transferred to what is now called Secundaire St. Albert Catholic High School, there were only about 38 students at the time. So
So still a net increase of about 160 students?
Yeah, it's significant. Yeah, it's significant growth at the high school. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have, Mayor.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Councillor Jolly brought up Father Jan. That was going to be my quick question about your plans for, is it listed anywhere? Is it up for sale?
Well, there was, we can speak to this. There was a
If
motion.
there's something you can't just.
No, there was
worry
a
about
motion
it.
made at our public meeting last night
Okay.
regarding the disposition of our surplus property. And so we are now exploring opportunities to repurpose that property and potentially work with the city for the benefit of the community.
Okay, yeah, I think that was where I was going is I think there's a great opportunity with our piece of land right beside Father Jan and yours to make that very attractive to the next owner.
Yeah.
Councillor Mackay has a question.
Yeah, really quick. And it just comes to something you said in your presentation, Lydia. It's you were mentioning when you were having your discussion with the minister this morning about maybe being on the list for next year. Now, my understanding of the 3-year kind of accelerated program that they announced, could you not be ready to go if they all of a sudden said, you know, let's go?
We would absolutely be ready to go. And we did make that point. We'll see.
And that's a K to 6 in Riverside in the smaller site to 4.
K to 9,
K to, that
Yep.
would be a K to 9.
just
as
like
well.
our Sister Alphonse site.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I think it would serve that community really well.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from members of council? I think we're good.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, come at least once a year for sure to give us an update on what the needs are and what your top priorities are, and, you know, for sure. Thank you for coming.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any business arising from that presentation? Seeing none, I will move on to the consent agenda. So we've had a few things pulled off of consent, so I will, Councillor Hughes, just like Ken always does, agenda, you always do consent.
Just move on down the line here. That the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1, regular council meeting minutes of March 18th, 2025. 9.1, sending committee of the whole, sustainable buildings policy review and update. 9.2, appointment to environmental advisory committee. 10.2, services and service level inventory annual update. 10.3, updated 2022-2025 City of St. Albert's Council Strategic Plan. And 11.1, updated 2022-2025 corporate business plan. And 12.4, bylaw 13/2025, repeal policing committee bylaw 13/2019.
Thank you very much. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. So as always, I'll read off some of the stuff as we get to it. So we just approve the minutes on consent. Next on our agenda is two public hearings, but not till 2 o'clock. So we will now go to the Community Service Advisory Committee. Now I had the chair of the committee was maybe here. Gone? Oh, Kyle, you're here. Thank you. I heard that you had to leave at like 1:15 and Anna might take over, but if you are available, we'd love to hear directly from you. So I'll take it away whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you. Anna, are you able to pull up the slides there?
By the way,
If not-
everyone, this is Kyle Duplessis, the chair of the Community Service Advisory Committee. Did you want to introduce him too? Or have a few words,
Yes,
Mike?
please.
Go ahead, you can.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just like to introduce Kyle. He is our new chair, was appointed at the beginning of this year, taking over from Emma Lafreniere, who has been our past chair and has presented to council previously, and she's been a strong member of CSAC for a number of years, and although she was chair last year, she relinquished the chair to Kyle as bringing in a new chair. Emma has done a great job and should be recognized for her term on CSAC as well as being chair and previously presented. Kyle is doing a great job. He has been chair for I think 2 meetings, Kyle, and then had to miss the last one because he was on vacation. So we're kind of throwing him into the fire here right away with this first presentation. But I would just say generally on CSAC is a very engaged, fun committee, and hopefully all of the work we did last year that Kyle is here to present will do justice to just how good this committee operates and how important it is to the residents of St. Albert.
Thank you for that. And is it okay if I go to you for the motion when it's time? Or no, this is just for information, so no motion, forget it. All right, go ahead, Kyle.
Right. Thanks so much. So I'm just here to do the annual presentation. If we go on to the next slide, I'll give a quick review of the purpose of the committee. So the purposes of the CSAC is to advise council on the City of St. Albert's community needs and recommend policies and the provision of grants to respond to those needs. CSAC also reviews and provides approval and recommendations to council on select civic grants. In 2024, the committee had a pretty busy schedule. It included reviewing and improving community events grants for both the spring and fall intakes. The committee also provided review and allocation recommendations to council for community capital and outside agency grants. In addition, the committee reviewed the FCSS, or Family and Community Support Services funding requests, and made allocation recommendations to council. Committee members also had the opportunity to participate in tours of some of the funded agencies to better understand their operations. The committee further examined the granting program guidelines for both the Community Capital Grant and Community Events grants to ensure that they were current, relevant to the needs of agencies, and aligned with the economic climate. CSAC was proud to support local St. Albert agencies, events, and initiatives in 2024 by providing civic grants to the following in the following amounts. So just over $638,000 to outside agencies, $65,740 for community events, and then just under $60,000 for community capital. The outside agency grant program supports eligible St. Albert registered nonprofit community groups with annual operating expenses, including staffing and facility costs. These groups offer services in recreation, culture, social support, and address basic needs and improve community connection and social opportunities. $638,400 was awarded to 11 agencies through this grant program in 2024. The Community Events Grant Program offers funding to registered nonprofit societies to help cover costs associated with organizing and running community events, including sporting, cultural, festival, service, or recreational activities for St. Albert residents. CSAC was happy to award 10 organizations a total of $65,740 to support their events in 2024. The Community Capital Program grant provides a source of funds for eligible capital projects to be undertaken by eligible non-for-profit community groups that provide broad and inclusive recreational, cultural, and social services within the city of St. Albert. 2 organizations received a total of $59,950 to support their capital initiatives in 2024. For the FCSS program funding allocations, this program funding is a partnership between the municipalities and the province of Alberta to deliver preventative social service programs at the community level. Funded projects must align with the 5 core values in the city's social master plan and focus on strengthening individuals, families, and communities to promote well-being and reduce vulnerabilities. In 2024, FCSS program funding was allocated to 9 agencies for a total of $632,800. Then up on the next 2 slides is the 2025 work plan. So this is the anticipated work plan, and additional work may be added throughout the year. Just on the next slide is the second half of the year. And with that, we'll just turn it back over if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and thank you for stepping up into the chair's position. It does
problem.
to lead to a council position at one point in time. As both Ken and I can attest to. Natalie, did you ever chair it?
No, vice chair.
Vice chair, yeah, but still, it's a path. Any questions for Kyle at this time? There's no questions, which I guess is a good thing, meaning the presentation was comprehensive as well as we're quite familiar with the work. So I just appreciate, but I do appreciate you coming in because it gives us a chance to say our thank yous to you, not in person, but personally. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Mike in case you have any words to close, but this is just for information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would say our funding meeting where we reviewed, although we had 1 slide and we talked about it for 2 minutes here, the meeting actually went for close to 4 hours.
Yeah.
So the funding that we allocate and under the new policy, it does not come back for council approval. It is approved and finalized right at the committee level. That meeting took us 4 hours, and we took that, I can say every one of the committee members took a very serious and thoughtful approach before allocating that funding. So my closing comments is the funds that are allocated by this committee are in good hands and serve our community well.
It's nice to hear too that the committee is visiting some of the not-for-profits. I think that's super valuable for volunteers to get to know those agencies up close and personal. So thank you for taking the time. Again, it's a monthly meeting and then that's extra and then 4 hours for one, like it's crazy amount of work and we do appreciate you doing that. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, we are moving on to 9.1 was on consent. It was approval of our sustainable building policy. So just that the recommendation was that the new policy be approved. And then we also had a appointment to another committee, the Environmental Advisory Committee. So I'm pleased to say that Logan Sawatsky will be appointed as a member of the Environmental Advisory Committee for a term beginning April 1st today and ending on the December 31st of 2026. So thank you, Logan, for that. And we'll get a letter in the mail right away. We have a half hour. I think we can probably manage this. 10.1 is a project charter and budget requests for MDP amendments for growth areas. So Craig Walker is not here. But Katie's here and Christina. So I don't know who's leading the show, but go ahead. Katie, you are? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor Herron, members of council and members of the community. My name is Katie Mahoney and I'm the manager of the planning branch at the City of St. Albert. I'm here with my colleague, Christina Peter, director of the Planning and Development Department. In December 2024, Council approved a motion that directed administration to draft a project charter regarding an MDP update that would advance growth within the annexed lands. Since this motion was approved, the world of local planning has become increasingly dynamic as there have been significant changes at the regional level. This includes the dissolution of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, the EMRB. While we recognize that the subject council motion pertains specifically to growth within the annexation area, the project charter has been drafted to reflect new complexities in an uncertain environment. The proposed scope of work has been outlined through a draft project charter. This includes addressing significant changes at the regional level and other emerging policy drivers, anticipated intermunicipal planning work, the development of a new growth strategy and related policies, and the coordination of this work within the scheduled 5-year MDP review. We'd like to highlight a few considerations for council. MDP projects are resource intensive. They require dedicated planning resources, not only from the planning branch, but resources from across the entire corporation. They also trigger the need for sincere and comprehensive community engagement. We anticipate new work to evolve out of regional planning and potential legislative changes. Would be specific to intermunicipal development plans, or IDPs, and potential MGA changes. With council approval of the Northeast Area Structure Plan, further planning work is occurring and will continue to occur. This triggers city resources to focus on outward growth in the West and the Northeast concurrently. We are also fielding inquiries on a regular basis about growth and development within the potential annexation area. Currently, the planning branch is not resourced to undertake the planned and anticipated work. At this point in time, we are proposing one new senior planner, full-time position, and supporting consulting services. In light of existing planning branch priorities and our standard service delivery, the project is proposed to commence in 2026. Should council wish to proceed with advancing the project at this time, it is recommended that the associated motion be approved. Thank you for your attention and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Katie. I have just a couple to start us off and then Councillor Hughes has some, but this is a permanent FTE, but it's to support a short-term project. So just thoughts, maybe Mr. Fletcher. I have a feeling you're going to say that the planning department needs this FTE no matter what, but go ahead.
Yeah, so you would have seen this request as part of a business case in the fall.
In the fall, okay.
And so the reality is that, if you maintain, and certainly please feel free to jump in. If you maintain the course with the 2026 forecast workflow, we could go that route. If you want it done earlier, then the resourcing needs to be moved up so that we've got adequate capacity to address the various challenges.
Okay. But obviously there'll be further work once the MDP is updated for this position.
This is not only for the MDP, as was mentioned, we've got ICFs and IDPs, and I think the complexity and the just the volume of development in St. Albert has already created a challenge in terms of capacity to ensure that we're moving forward.
Okay, and then my next question was, it says that this budget request includes funding support anticipated IDP work that will be required as a result of defunding of the EMRB. My thought when I first read that was awesome, because I was actually opposed to this because I don't think we need to spend $600,000 just for the Northeast, but you're doing more work. So I'm thinking it was at least 600,000 to $1 million to do the MDP originally. And an IDP is going to cost, my guess would have been $600,000 alone. So I'm just wondering if this is enough dollars. And it doesn't include ICFs, so does it? Okay.
So the scope is really looking at the needed planning documents. We have made some assumptions regarding the IDPs as well, recognizing that there is potentially a chance that working with Edmonton, we would be able to use some of the existing documents to move forward. So they may not require as much planning, but they would be more of an implementation process. But we would expect that there'll be some additional needs regarding IDPs for Sturgeon County. So that's where kind of looking at how much we did spend on Flourish. Some of that funding was actually for temporary staff as well. So when we looked at what the consultant dollars were with Flourish, recognizing we're not throwing out all of the policies and all of the direction of Flourish. We're looking at a major amendment, but it's not to the same extent. The vision and the underlying principles would remain the same. That we would be looking at a reduced scope that way, and that we feel that we could work with the IDP for Sturgeon County within this budget. But that assumes that we get along.
Yeah.
And that we're kind of maintaining what we know each other's goals currently are.
Okay. Can I ask either of you or Bill, about conversations that we were not in part of? I feel like this should have been two separate project charters, an MDP and an IDP. Because when I look at the actual timelines in the charter, it's all about the MDP. It's like RFPs, public consultation, but you're not going to talk to the public about what we're going to do with Sturgeon County. Like, that's separate, and then present an MDP in Q3 of 27. It doesn't really talk about the IDP in this project charter. So I'm wondering if there's probably a possibility to reconsider, like we could deal with this today as an MDP amendment and then have a separate charter for the IDP, because we don't even know what we need to do yet. Like, we still haven't talked to the minister about the growth plan and stuff we could pull out of there to keep, and conversation. Like, it seems like a bit of a ways away, but I don't know. What did you guys talk about on that?
So I think it's your point to you, Mayor. The points are very valid. We don't know exactly what the requirements are going to be for the IDPs, but we do know they're coming. We've also heard rumors that IDPs, they want to have them facilitated by 2027, but we don't know exactly when in 2027. And while we're looking at this big document and we're talking about the annexation areas, because these are lands that would then more than likely be more interest in an IDP context, that we felt that we could bring them together. This is our best recommendation. If you want to split them into two different motions, please feel free.
Well, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just, scared that the next council is going to be presented with a separate project charter for an IDP because this is not going to cover it. That's just what I was thinking. That's all.
Again, there are risks
Yeah.
with this budget for sure.
Yeah, and then maybe I can just jump on that again. You know, I think, excuse me, as the regional table looks at sort of defining what the way ahead looks like in the wake of the EMRB's cessation of which was yesterday. It's still very nascent. Christina's point is well taken. We believe that 2027 will be the line in the sand for which ICFs and IDPs, but we don't know that for a fact. We've not had any concrete discussion. There is, I think, some initial discussions on perhaps looking at a regional IDP that would cover some common elements and we could bolt on, but it is so early that we really don't know what we don't know, Mayor, at this stage.
Okay, I'll let a few people ask some more questions and I might have a follow-up. Go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Sure. Okay, so from what I see here, we're not going to start it this year, right? So I'm just going to say, council, like at this point, I think it actually is a budget motion to debate at budget and not today, because nothing's happening today.
But I can just say our conversation, just to interrupt you,
Mhm.
Hughes, agenda planning was, we talked about that, about putting it to the budget process. But we thought that this council, who's a little bit more aware, could approve this today and it would be approved. Is that correct? Like it wouldn't have to go through the budget process? I guess it always could get unfunded, but.
Well, it could, but again, you know, I think this is tied to the concept that if you want that work to start now, we need the capacity now.
Yeah.
If you're willing to let that work start as originally planned into 2026, that's a different discussion about the
Right.
timeline
Yeah.
on which we'd bring on the FTE.
Right.
But Councillor Hughes just sort of point out that doesn't look like it's starting now. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's not going to start now, regardless, is what I see. Well, just, it says it's just start in 2026. Like the backgrounder keeps saying it's going to start, the MDP would happen in 2026.
That's the current plan.
Yeah.
Obviously, council, the last discussion, council was talking about the potential to bring that forward. And so the original update was forecast for 2026. If council wants this work to start now, it comes with our recommendation on the resources.
Right.
Sorry.
So as far as, because I think we have a few different issues that we're trying to clump out into one small document here. So what I'm hearing right now is that you guys are feeling swamped. That's what I hear. And that you guys could use the help today for additional staff persons to handle, regardless the MDP, everything else on your plate. Am I reading that wrong?
So planning and development does have significant resources right now to work on the projects that they're working on. However, any expanded scope or any other council priority projects, we don't have capacity to add.
Okay.
And not quickly.
Okay, so with everything else that you had listed there, you're okay right now?
Yes,
Okay.
so the response was because of the motion that was passed in December saying, bring this forward. So
Mhm.
what we're saying is, if we bring this forward and bringing it forward even in 2026 will require these resources. So, we weren't sure if there was an immediate ask for
Okay.
this to be done as of May, or if the ask is, like we're recommending, can we just add it to the 2026? That'll give us enough time to hire people to actually really drill down, scope this out. And then also as we're waiting for some key information from the province,
Mhm.
when we get that back, we'll be able to accurately project what our full needs are.
Further to what Christina had said, I think we'll be much better positioned next year to prepare a more detailed project charter and a more detailed cost estimate or budget breakdown of the anticipated work.
Right. So if this was just postponed and have the decision go at budget, then there'd be opportunity to have a better clarity of what's going to be involved. It'd be easier for you guys to work it into your timeline. And we could also break it down between the IDP and the MDP, so we'd have a clear idea of what is in each. Is that that'll be fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and if that were to happen as well, you wouldn't require the $100,000 for the temporary FTE right now? You're okay. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, well, that's always good then. Okay, so just won't need that. I'm looking over at Renee. So the other thing I had is I was trying to figure out, I know you said you're doing a minor amendment, and then I know that the IDP, when we were looking at the thing before, I think a budget was 200,000 for the IDP. So that gives us 400,000 for this. So I've gone through the whole document and I'm trying to figure out what we're changing. Because when I look at it, all we're changing is our interpretation of this document. We have growth area, we have the priority growth area. Those look the same. The 95% of it has no reference at all to it. And then we have a map that still even has Erin Ridge North included in the growth area. So I'm trying to figure out what we would even be doing that we haven't already achieved, other than removing the EMRB references, which is on a couple of pages. What are we actually, how is this document expected to look any different?
For you, Mayor Herron, to Councillor Hughes, in regards to the growth strategy, we do believe we need a new growth strategy at this point. So that would involve technical studies and work with updated growth modeling, the spatial allocation of that growth. With these types of documents, MDPs, official plans, they typically cover a time frame of between 20 and 30 years. So within that time horizon, that will only ever involve so much land or so many parcels. So right now, based on what's been approved through area structure plans, I would suggest we have well beyond that in terms of growth. So we do need to look at a new growth strategy and those associated growth policies that would guide future decisions regarding new growth and development in the city.
Okay, that's still like 2 pages of stuff in here. I realize it might be considered important pages, but even saying that what page is it? It was like page 96, 97 of that document. So even if we look at those 2 pages, like obviously the West is still the priority. It's just that we're not going to stop or recommend against allowing the North to develop if it does grow naturally. It's kind of how I was reading this document. But yet so that's not really against what we're currently doing at this point. The council has not approved front-ending $70 million to make this project happen. We've just simply said that if growth wants to occur, we're not going to deliberately say you can't do it. So I still don't see any of the actions we've taken to this date to be in conflict with what's in this document. And just before you answer that as well, the 25-year plan does not stop us from growing slowly in 2 different directions. Even if that was to happen, or even if it was more here and here, it doesn't mean that we have to grow to the north and finish that off in 25 years. It just means that we're not going to stop the growth from happening, even if it occurs at a different pace. So I'm trying to figure out how. I just see this as, if we just look at this differently, we don't actually need to paint a whole new picture. We just have to change how we're looking at the picture.
Through the mayor, based upon the council motion that was provided in December, it actually suggests the whole annexation lands. So the interpretation from planning and development was to look at the whole of the annexation lands to determine its feasibility for future development and the implications therein of with that. So not just specifically looking at the Northeast, but looking at the whole annexation lands based upon the motion that was passed. So that's part of this is part of the conversation, is when we would go through and look and redo the MDP and the growth strategy, is to really work with council, work with the development industry to figure out exactly what the scope and scale is. But looking at that whole of the annexation lands that's a lot of land.
Okay. And it's my motion, so I understand what you're saying. You're like,
If
Sheena, you did it.
that motion had not come forward in December from Sheena,
Right.
would this be in front of us today?
Probably not, no.
Because my goal with that motion was to make sure that we did not come forward and say area structure plans should not be approved based on the MDP. But what I'm also not seeing in the MDP is something that actually would need to change dramatically to achieve that goal. Do I think that we should make sure we have something planned for annexation land? Sure. Are they going to be on the next 25 years? No. Right? Beyond what this Northeast area that we continue to discuss endlessly. Other than that, I don't see it being in the 25-year document. So when I said that, I was looking at it thinking we're saying no to everything beyond what's going on right now. So I want to make sure that was included. But do we need to do that at this second then in order to be able to just look at this document to not deliberately say we do not recommend growth?
So, and I'll look to Katie as well to help me with this, but right now, an area structure plan has been approved for the northeast areas, because it's a statutory plan and the way planning documents are read within Alberta. There is a disconnect, I would suggest, between the MDP and the area structure plan that we as planning professionals would like to have addressed. However, it is an approved area structure plan, and that now provides guidance for the land development industry to come in with future neighborhood plans and proposals in that area, including once the neighborhood plan is approved, rezoning and subdivision, eventual subdivision and development. So it's not stopping anyone in the northeast area from coming forward with the next level of documents. However, anyone outside of that area, if they were to come in, the recommendation would be very similar to what you see today, for what you saw in November from the planning department for any other lands outside of the northeast area. So if that is something that council does not want to see into the future, that's when we would be looking at a new type of growth strategy. We would want to have different types of policies. Right now, the growth strategy was designed to be very focused into certain areas. What we would probably be looking at is trying to figure out exactly where we think the growth would expand to, quote unquote, naturally, but also to stop leapfrog from happening and from putting, say, council and administration in an awkward spot for land development. Katie, anything else?
Just to add, I think just given the inquiries that we've been getting recently about the annexation lands, just thinking very long term, it would be in the city's interest to maybe look at developing a more robust growth framework, having policies in place that clearly outline when development of those lands is expected to happen. So it sends clear signals to landowners in that area to know what to expect, basically.
After the MDP was passed in 2021, did the development industry at that time interpret the documents to mean that they couldn't develop to the northeast? Like, did we ever tell them that? Because I remember them saying they were concerned, and we assured them that, at least I thought that we had assured them that we would not be saying no to growth if they chose to do it. It just wasn't a priority area. So did we ever tell them in 2021 or tell council, and I missed it, that we were not allowing, not recommending growth to the north at all?
I seem to remember the prioritization of Northwest. That
Yeah.
wasn't not allowed, but it was prioritized to the Northwest.
Right.
So within the document itself, it clearly articulates where the priority was and where there was a potential for future growth based upon demonstrated ability to enable that growth through servicing. So it was, to your point, there was a lot of conversation about, we knew that that area was an area that land developers were interested in. We knew that we had interest in the West. And if you remember back to our conversations through the annexation and then subsequently through the MDP, there was a direction saying this is where we really want to focus. We left that as the opportunity for the land development industry to come in and demonstrate that they could provide the investment and supportive services to move that forward. When we got the application in, that was still very unclear through that application, and there was no, we did not receive, when we asked, supportive documentation to talk about that through the MDP lens, which is why you got the recommendation that was provided to you last year. Katie, anything else?
Thank you. Another way to look at it, it's not so much about saying no to growth and no to development. It's the timing. So if we think about area structure plans, neighborhood level planning, that side of it, it's been very proactive. So typically area structure plans are led by developers. And I would say that they've been very proactive in planning lands for neighborhood development. So much so that the planning of those lands has actually outpaced the city's growth. So it's happened much faster than the actual growth. So the growth strategy was also to basically time the planning of the lands and enable the growth to catch up to what had already been planned and approved.
Okay, so the 600,000, how much of that is MDP and how much of it is IDP? Are we assuming it's the 400, 200,000 split?
Through the mayor, generally, yes. That's also assuming that there will be little costs with Edmonton.
Okay.
So this is because there are actually 2 IDPs that the city of St. Albert must engage with.
Don't we need one with Parkland too? Maybe we can get an example.
Potentially,
Okay, and then the request is also for a senior planner, not a junior planner. What was the rationale for that?
just given the complexity of the work and also in terms of recruitment, it would be very challenging to recruit a senior planner on a temporary contract.
So
this is permanent.
Which is why the recommendation for a permanent, due to the complexity, we need a senior planner. Why is it permanent? Partially because we do have a lot of work. We do feel like we've got a lot of major projects. That's why the request is for a senior planner of major projects. But it's also very difficult to recruit a temporary senior planner.
okay, I know we have 4 minutes. I have one more question. So wouldn't this have appeared anyway you said every 5 years you want to do an update. So wouldn't this just be in the fall budget regardless? Like if this hadn't come forward,
26,
say
yeah.
it was time to put it in, it was be 2026 for the budget?
Yes, upon reflection, it wasn't necessarily fully on our radar, but once this came forward and we sat down and really looked at it, we realized that there was, especially because of the big changes that have happened at the EMRB, we knew that this was actually a bit bigger of a project than we had originally anticipated.
Mayor, just so you know, I'm willing to put forward a motion later I know we're going to be cutting this short to postpone this to the budget, but I'll just stop now. Thank you.
I've got 3 minutes and I've got Natalie and Wes. Natalie, why don't I let you go first and then we'll come to you, Wes, after the public hearings? Okay, thanks.
Sure. So Councillor Hughes asked most of my questions, but I guess I just want to kind of ask about the risk of proceeding immediately in 2025 is really just guessing without seeing whatever other updates are happening to the MDP. So I guess those would be dropped on us in the spring or fall.
Yep.
So I guess to Councillor Hughes's suggestion that we wait until budget, it sounds like, please correct me if I'm wrong, that if a developer came forward with an ASP or an NP in an area where it's not a priority area, council could still approve that. Well, not the NPs, but am I understanding that correctly? We could just do the same thing that we did in the Northeast.
Maybe I could start and then I'll turn it over. Council always has the authority to do that.
Okay.
But it would be a very similar conversation in that you would get a recommendation not to support out of administration, right? And the council would have to make that determination.
Yeah, but doesn't prevent it. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor. And
Okay.
Councillor Hughes will throw out that I support that postponement too.
All right. Okay, Wes, you don't mind if we wait till after the public hearings? Okay. Don't forget your question. Okay. All right. Pardon? Because it's 2:00. And we have two public hearings. The first one is, I'll call the public hearing to order for bylaw 3, 2025, the Northridge Phase 2 Nouveau redistricting. We're going to do first, second, and third reading today, hopefully. We have Zashid, coming in. No, Lenore's here. Hey, oh, you guys are just throwing me for a loop today. But you guys look so similar. Nice to see you, Lenore. Been a while that you've been in Chambers. Would like to introduce anyone, Mr. Fletcher?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think we're good.
Take it away, planning.
We're just loading it up.
And so perhaps I could go on the record, Mayor, of saying this is the most nerve-wracking part of any presentation, is trying to get things actually loaded up smoothly in front of council. So well done as we get it here.
I see something.
You're just seeing my speaking notes, which I've changed.
I think Sean can fix that.
Yeah, we'll get Sean to fix it.
Whenever you're ready. Yeah, sorry.
Great. Thank you for waiting. Good afternoon. My name is Lenore Mitchell, Senior Planner, presenting on behalf of Sajid Safat Planner. Today's presentation is on Bylaw 3/2025, a land use bylaw amendment for Schedule A to redistrict lands in Northridge Phase 2, also known as Nouveau Neighborhood. Select Engineering Consultants, on behalf of the property owner, Badgerland Development Corporation, made the redistricting application. Northridge Phase 2, Nouveau Neighborhood, is located in the northwest portion of St. Albert, north of Villeneuve Road and west of Hogan Road. The redistricting is located north of Night Bloom Drive. The majority of the area is currently districted Future Urban Development, FUD. And this is a placeholder until planned development occurs. The proposed bylaw amendment redistricts the last of the land in Nouveau Neighborhood. The proposal is to change land uses from future urban development to medium density residential, which is shown in orange. It's a 1.1 hectare site, and this allows townhouse and apartment. In beige, 4.8 hectares, small lot residential SLR, and this allows single detached and semi-detached dwellings. In green, in the middle of the area there is 2.8 hectare public park. And this is for park development. In red, you have a 1.6 hectare site, and this is neighborhood commercial shown as NHC. And this allows things like health services, professional office, and general retail. And there's a very small strip of green of 0.07 hectares. And this is changing from small lot residential to public park for park development. Outlined in blue is the subject site. The Municipal Development Plan Flourish designates the majority of the subject area as neighborhood, and this is shown in beige. And a small portion of the site located in the northeast corner as mixed-use node, shown as a red circle. Neighborhood designation includes land uses of residential and park, and the mixed-use node enables neighborhood commercial. The proposed land use bylaw amendment does conform with the Municipal Development Plan. Outlined in black is the proposed amendment area, which aligns with the land use designations in the Northridge Phase 2 Area Structure Plan. The area includes low-density residential in yellow, medium-density residential in brown, public park in green, and commercial in red. Notification letters for this proposed amendments were circulated in October to internal departments, external agencies, and landowners within a 100-meter radius of the subject property. In addition, the applicant posted a sign and no concerns were raised. Administration recommends approval of the proposed redistricting for bylaw 3/2025. Administration can answer questions and the applicant is on Zoom, Kyla and Courtney, to answer questions council may have. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. I had no questions, but I'll open up to council. See, it seems like a pretty simple, everything aligns. We're just redistricting. I was really looking forward to hearing you say FUD instead of future and urban. Come on. Mike Killick has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to administration, the size of the FUD changing to PERK, PRK, the park as designated, will that be mostly stormwater pond or will it be actual level grass usable park space?
So all that green area will be park land. The blue below is where the storm pond is, even though it's just a park, but this will truly be programmable space.
That's great to know. Significantly more than what a developer would normally allocate to park, or is this because it's looking at the total larger area that would be designated by this developer? It's a large park. I'm happy about that, but
Well, it looks large because it's all one piece. It's still not more than 10% of what they can dedicate, because a lot of times our neighborhoods, we break them up and spread them around. This one, they've kept it all together.
that's awesome. That
Yeah, it looks nice.
nice central park that size is great. Thanks for the answer.
Awesome. Councillor McCry, before you make a motion to close the public hearing, I'm gonna just let, there is no registered members of the public here to speak. No more questions from council. But as Lenore said, we have Kyla Otway and Courtney Jensen online. If any members of council have questions for them. Seeing none, I will go to you, Councillor McKay. Thanks.
That public hearing on bylaw 3/2025 be closed.
All right, accept that motion. Anything to add?
No.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed and that passes unanimously. You still have the mic, so go for
We'll see what, if you continue to say that.
it.
That bylaw 3/2025 being amendment 3 to the land use bylaw be read a first time.
Any comments?
I just, as we heard in the presentation by administration, this just redistricts the 10.6 hectares of land located just right by Night Bloom and on the north and west portion of our community into, I'm not going to say FUD, from a FUD to residential park and commercial districts. I was up there yesterday and it's exciting to see the continued growth of this community.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. I'll just carry on with you, Councillor McKay, and I'm not going to ask for comments unless somebody wants to jump in. So go ahead.
No problem. That bylaw 3/2025 be read a second time.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Unanimous consent. Oh, Shelley beat you to it. Go ahead.
It's rare that I beat these guys, but okay. That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 3/2025.
Awesome. Call for the vote. There we go. Voting's closed and that is unanimous. And back to you, Councillor McKay.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 3/2025 be read a third time.
Thank you. Call for the vote. We're going too fast for you, Renee. Marta, there's really no reason I have to go to someone else to do unanimous consent, is there? No, that's just kind of what we do here. Okay. And that passes unanimously. So that first public hearing is finished. Now we have a second one. So we'll it's a land use bylaw amendment, so call the public hearing to order for bylaw 7, 2025, which is a land use bylaw text amendment to the Midtown District. And we have Suzanne presenting today and Katie in supporting role. Running the PowerPoint?
Trying.
Okay. Oh, need a microphone on. There we go.
It is on, okay. Good afternoon, council. My name is Suzanne Rug, and I will be presenting bylaw 7/2025 for a land use bylaw amendment, and this is text amendments to the Midtown District. Okay. There we go. So on March 4th, council made a motion that directed administration to prepare for council's consideration the following amendments to land use bylaw 18/2024. An amendment to the table in section 26 of the Midtown District for parking, specifically that parking requirements of 1.5 stalls per dwelling unit, townhouse complex, and 1 stall per dwelling unit for any unit less than 5.18 meters in width be adopted. An amendment to the Midtown District to include the same site density bonus section included in the high density residential district. An amendment to the table of permitted and discretionary uses to include stacked townhomes as a discretionary use in Midtown District's Area C, and that administration scheduled a public hearing for today, April 1st. Well, this was a map for context to tell you show you the Midtown area. It basically runs from Levasseur down to Leclerc and Riel Drive over to the train tracks. The text amendments for today specifically reference the development area C within Midtown. So the text changes that are available in bylaw 7/2025 for you today adds dwelling bracket townhouse complex as a discretionary use in area C, adds a new section titled site density bonus below section 9. This provides density bonusing in area C in excess of 250 dwelling units per net residential hectare and replicates the regulations found in the high density residential district. We have renumbered section 10 amenity common. We've added a new section titled Site Density Bonus Setback below section 23, and this allows the development officers to determine setbacks considering both the site density bonusing and adjacent unit uses. It also amends section 26A, building separation distance to include dwelling bracket townhouse complex in area C, and adds a row to the residential land use minimum parking requirement table for the parking standards as requested by council. Go ahead. For a little bit of background and context, the land use bylaw updates were undertaken in 2023 through 2024, which did include consultations with the public and development industry. The developer of Midtown, South Riel Developments, had requested changes to the Midtown District through that process. However, staff advised that the purpose of the land use bylaw updates was for citywide and overarching changes, and the Midtown District was purpose written for the specialty development area of Midtown, and this district is not applied to any other area of the city. However, the developer was welcome to apply to text amendments once the new land use bylaw was adopted. So our usual standard process for taking an amendment does include engagement and circulation. So prior to an application being received, the applicant would host an open house or an information session for the public. Staff would also circulate both through internal departments and through external agencies. And we would also create a cultivate the conversation page for the public to put up the information, make it easily accessible, and to take comments. However, we were not able to action these usual processes. And administration has not been able to fully review the functionality of the changes requested by council. Without a planning application, we have not had detailed discussions with the landowner, South Riel Development, to confirm that the requested amendments align with their site development goals. So with this in mind, administration cannot confirm that there will be no challenges in implementing these new regulations at time of development. So in summary, the recommendation of administration is that the public hearing for bylaw 7, 2025 be closed, and that bylaw 7, 2025 being amendment for to land use bylaw 18, 2024 be defeated. That is the end of the presentation.
Awesome. All right, council, I'll open it up for questions of administration before we go to the public. As this resulted in a motion from Councillor Broadhead, he's essentially the proponent. So Mr. Lanny is in the gallery, is not the proponent, but is here to speak, I guess, as a member of the public. But I will open it up for questions to start us off. Councillor Broadhead, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the backgrounder and the attached previous backgrounders. You have had conversations with the proponent or the landowner, I guess, of Midtown. I mean, this was not a surprise to you. You've spoken of this before, correct?
Through Mayor Herron to Councillor Broadhead, yes, the Planning and Development Department has had conversations with the landowner regarding this matter. I believe through the land use bylaw rewrite project and subsequent to that, but nothing recently, no.
Okay. So talk to me about your amendment process. What's the standard process and how would this be viewed as a standard process? Like if he came to you with an application, maybe just run me through what that process would look like.
So the initial part of that process, generally we talk to our applicants prior to them actually making a full application. That is, as mentioned, we would have an open house information session for the public. The applicant would host that. You've probably attended some in the past, and that gives them a chance to hear from residents in the area, anyone who might be affected or have input on it and could maybe tweak their application prior to submitting it to the city. Once the application is submitted, we circulate to our own internal departments as well as to external agencies, I guess no longer the EMRB, as well as creating a Cultivate the Conversation page, which would put the information and the application out for the public to view. And then we would take comments through that circulation period as well. And we consider those comments when we write our report and our recommendation as well.
Okay, appreciate that. So there's an application process, there's a fee associated with that. So there's 3 amendments. Would this be 3 applications or 1 application or?
They could make multiple text amendments in one application. So it would be just one full application with all of the individual sections that they would want to amend. Yes.
Okay. So what would happen then is that there would be a report written by you'd go through the process and it'd come to council just like the last one, along with a recommendation either to support or to reject. Is there a process? Would he get his money back if it was rejected by council?
No, we don't have a process for reimbursing that, but part of our review internally in that process as well is doing technical reviews of any applications that come in and basically put them through a technical trial to ensure that they would work for the applicant.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at is, seems reasonable that, you know, you talked to him, you said to him, well, bring forward an application. That sounds reasonable. But if he knows it's going to get turned down, why would he spend the money?
Through Mayor Herron to Councillor Broadhead, that is the planning and development process. There's always risk involved. There's always the chance that approvals may not be granted. So I think that's just part of the process.
Maybe I could jump in very quickly. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the pre-submission discussions, if there's something that was a red flag, that would be identified then prior to paying a fee and submitting something, right? I mean, the effort is not to have people spend money for no effect.
Right.
And I guess I would offer that there's no assurance that it would be turned down.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But there's risk involved, and during the process, he'd talk to you about it, and And you said we can't do that because it's a process that's, the MDP applies to everybody. And I think the word you used in your report, it was bespoke, which means custom. So Midtown is a custom land use district. And so a citywide land use allowance, if you will, would not necessarily be allowed for Midtown. And if it would be, then it would have to be a bespoke application and a bespoke decision. Am I reading this all correctly?
Through Mayor Herron to Councillor Broadhead, yes, that was the direction given to the landowner through the land use bylaw rewrite process and just shortly thereafter.
Well, I appreciate that. It's interesting that the proponent felt he had to come to talk directly to council to get this done. That's what I'm struggling with, right? So in the end, my argument for doing this is that this is a relaxed standard, or it's a new standard for the city of St. Albert that's allowed for the entire rest of the community, but not for this unique land use district. And I'm asking you to review that and apply that equitably to this district, even though it's a custom district. So that's the district, that's what's before council. Anyway, I'll save that for
No
my
more questions?
arguments.
Councillor Killick.
Thank you. I'd just like to build on Councillor Broadhead's question and answer, and to get a sense that if I understand it correctly, the large land use bylaw rewrite contains all kinds of new things in it. Midtown is a separate area. And if the applicant had made a request for Midtown specific and referenced, I would like to see these 3 items that are even before us now. I think his original ask had many more items in it and were contained even in the build application as well, or build letter of support. But those 3 items, the initial response would have been to the proponent saying, you've asked for these 3 things, they're unique to your area. Would a red flag, to use Mr. Fletcher's comment, been raised at that time, or would it have been an initial assessment that said, hey, they're already in the land use bylaw broadly, it makes sense that they could be applied or might be approved for Midtown specifically, if the proponent had followed the process? Would a red flag be raised right at the beginning? There's just some confusion that we're saying it wasn't allowed because Midtown is unique, versus it could have been allowed if an application specific to Midtown had been sent in.
Yeah, thank you. I think Christina's popped up, but again, just I think to maybe sort of use some layman's language, as the land use bylaw work was being done, again, using the word bespoke, right? Given the fact that it's a bespoke issue, it's actually got issues that don't exist anywhere else in the city, right? And so that blanket approach could have different implications. Again, I'm a little bit speaking out of my language here, right? So not that it wasn't allowed, it's that it was inappropriate at that time to apply that blanket policy to something that was materially different than the vast majority of the other land use definitions in the land use bylaw. So that was the context just from that perspective. So I'll stop there. And Christina, do you want to take the lead on a response to Councillor Killick's rest of it?
Yes, I was just yes, I was just
You want to just run out here real fast and sit at my chair?
But by the time we got the audio problems
Yeah.
fixed, it would be just
Probably better speak
faster for her to come and join us.
Yeah, so Miss Peter was just going to let you know that Chelsea Thompson, who was part of the land use bylaw rewrite, is online and available to speak to it. And I'll just say from the overall question, the communication with all of the development industry when we did the land use bylaw update was that the goal of the LUB update was to provide blanket and generally applicable amendments. It was not to speak specifically to individual development parcels or sites. And that was articulated across the board for the duration of this process. And so when individual other applicants or other landowners, other developers in the community asked us to do one-off, bespoke, if you want to use that term, amendments to the land use bylaw, the message to all of those developers was the same, and that they should apply under the current process so that they could allow staff the opportunity to have that engagement and to fully consider the specifics of their application, whereas the full LUB update was a much more broad approach than a specific site-specific application. And I don't know if Ms. Thompson, if you want to speak to that.
No, I think Adrian, basically you've covered it, unless you had any additional questions, Councillor Killick.
No, that's a great clarification, because it kind of answers, the message that was sent. And I think now we have a much clearer perspective of land use bylaw being broad, overarching. And if any developer or landowner had specific individual requests, they should follow the process and application and funding and workload prioritization would have kicked in, and it would have been addressed that way. Correct? Is that correct?
Through the
We got
chair,
a whole
Councillor
team
Killick,
here,
yes,
so I'm not sure who would want to answer that for me.
that is correct, Councillor Killick. Chelsea Thompson, Development Officer. You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mackay.
Okay, let's be the dumb cop in the room. No, not good cop, bad cop, just the one that maybe needs a little bit more explanation than somebody else. So from what I've just heard and throughout this whole conversation, we've identified that Midtown District is unique. It's a progressively planned community that potentially already led the way on, and many of the what is in that district actually led the way in relation to identifying some of the changes we see in the new land use bylaw. If I'm misspeaking, let me interrupt. So am I to understand that with the new land use bylaw, broad general new improvements, that there was no other districts that were left out of the new land use bylaw, and that Midtown is so unique that it couldn't be a fit into the new land use bylaw as it sits?
I can answer that for the planning and development team for you, Councillor Mackay. So through the land use bylaw update project that we undertook, Midtown was not excluded in any way. Their district, we literally went from front page to back page of that document. We looked for efficiencies, we looked for modernization opportunities, etc. So there were changes, several changes to Midtown. Specifically, we introduced some new uses. We reduced some parking ratios for them as it related to apartments, non-market rentals, studios. We also added some clarity around freestanding commercial. We added an exclusion for them so that they did not require berming along the major roadways for visibility, and they could street orient some of their townhouse complex products. And we also did a little bit of density wordsmithing as it related to introducing them density ranges versus just minimums. So those were some of the changes that did occur to Midtown. There was the from their ask or their letters throughout the process through the two public circulations of the draft documents, as well as some direct administration emails. There was just these few outstanding items that it was felt were in fact district specific. They were specific to Midtown. They weren't necessarily as overarching from a perspective that way. And that's why there was a few items that were either at the time something that needed more investigation by the planning and development team. And that's why they were not through the land use bylaw process, that bigger project incorporated. And it was directed that the Midtown team should be making applications separately for those specific things, should they want to pursue it.
Thanks, Chelsea. I mean, that goes, I guess, to the very beginning of Councillor Broadhead's kind of inquiries, because obviously a significant amount of work has already been done with that particular developer, as with other developers across the city in the formation of the new land use bylaw. So I mean, obviously, when you were looking at it, you had a lot of discussions with the particular developer around Midtown. And like, as you've identified, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that there were some items that were easily transferable into the new land use bylaw, but you identified some that stood out, and these are the ones that are in front of us today.
Correct, for the most part, Councillor Mackay. That's exactly it.
Which part did I miss out there?
Oh, no, you're correct. There was these outstanding items that we felt they were specific to Midtown and not overarching or easy wins, pardon me, as it related to the scope and the goals of the land use bylaw project.
But it was still within planning departments kind of thinking that they were so far outside that they needed to go through this other process then?
Councillor Mackay, and through you, Madam Mayor, it was basically these items were seen as needing either further investigation, more research, site-specific assessment. That's why they were not part of that larger project package review. They were looked at but not pursued.
And so it was left up, as we've heard, and it was left up to the developer then to bring it back so that could be looked at in greater detail, even though that the issue had already been looked at, but planning felt that he needed additional information, correct?
Councillor Mackay, you are correct that these required a little more investigation and research specific, and that's why they were directed back to the applicant.
Thank you, Chelsea. I really appreciate your feedback.
Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Thank you. So from what I can tell, again, let's just see how it goes here. From what I can tell, one of the rationales from saying you wanted to have more depth in this is just because there's been so many exemptions already made for this specific area. And for example, that there's no street parking, there's no boulevards, there's no sidewalks, right? And so the impact of reducing the parking further, when I look at this, I'm interpreting it like you actually wanted to have more time to look at what the real impact is to reducing the parking further, because a lot of parking alternatives that are found commonly in St. Albert are not available in this neighborhood. Am I wrong with when I look at this as one of the reasons as to why you'd want to have more time?
No, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at some of the changes so that they have no street parking at all. They have one visitor parking stall for every 7 units. Is that correct? Or do they have more in the townhomes?
Councillor Hughes, depending on when the current
product was built. If there was the townhousing product prior to the recent land use bylaw amendment in October 2024, they would have had visitor parking at a ratio of 1/5. And through the update, it's now 1/7. So anything from October moving forward will be applied the 1/7.
Okay. So as you said, some things were transferred over when you felt comfortable making those changes.
Correct.
Okay. And the landowner has not voluntarily paid any of the fees associated with this, even though like they haven't just said, I realize I don't need to, but I can pay the money, right? Okay.
No fees have been paid for this, no.
Okay, so just a couple questions specific. So the renumbering on page 36, let me just go up to it. You have I don't see an addition, but everything's been renumbered. And so I got a little confused. So you have like dwelling, semi-dwelling, and then you have 3, 4, 5, but you have like, was it just a typo there where you have a 1 and then a 1 and then it went to a 2, or under permitted discretionary uses, a number 3 on page 36, or page 212 of your thing, but page 36 of our document?
Through you, Councillor Hughes, I'm not seeing the duplication of the II.
So, oh, where are you looking? Well, it says 1, 2, 3. It just has a renumbering, and I'm just like, I don't understand why we.
Through the chair to Councillor Hughes, are you looking at section 3?
Section 3, permitted discretion uses residential areas A and B. And then you have like 1, and then you've added 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I think that was just a typo fix. It wasn't necessarily.
Yeah, I think it's just a correction in the numbering.
Okay, so then on page 39, so I guess no, you know what? I'm gonna be asking he's coming down to talk, right? And so we have, right now, does the applicant have 250 units allowed on, because we have up to 250 units? Is the current plan that's been approved allow density of 250 units? Because I know that he's asking for a site bonus that surpasses 250, but what is, because he has a 12-story building that's been approved, right? We know what the site density is of that?
Through Mayor Herron to Councillor Hughes, I think that is more of a question that would be answered at the development permit stage.
Okay.
Maybe I'll defer to Chelsea as to what's been approved to date through the development permit process.
Sure.
Through you, Councillor Hughes, I would have to look into what the current density of the property is. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm just wondering how much more dramatic it would become, I guess, if the site density was approved, if we're already at 12 stories. And does the site density allow the height to go even higher? Or are we still capping it at 12 stories or 35 meters?
Councillor Hughes, typically height is not usually impacted through density bonusing. It's just density bonusing. If they're like in rare cases, you might be able to get a height bonus, but I don't believe we have height bonusing in Midtown District. We have just the site density bonus.
Okay. And then the other one was on my page 37 for the permitted uses for mixed use area C. So the request was to add a bar into it, a pub brew. If there's an addition of under number 6, establishment at pub brew permitted uses. So this was a specific, this might be to you, it might be to Councillor Broadhead. This was a specific request to allow a bar as a permitted use and not discretionary.
Through you, Councillor Hughes, I do not remember any action item in a motion to include an establishment brew pub.
Okay.
I can take that question, Councillor.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
Basically, by formatting the table, we made a line in the table to add dwelling bracket townhouse complex, and then everything else on the left side of the table got shifted upwards.
It was there before.
Yes.
It's right
Okay.
below. It's right below.
Okay, I see it. The red line got confusing when everything started moving. You're just like, which way am I going on this? Okay. So, and just to be clear, Midtown has no boulevards, right?
Correct. They only have like private roads because it's pretty much all through condominium developments. So there would be no.
Do they, and so no boulevards. Do they have sidewalks?
We can't confirm. I can't confirm that.
We can ask the proponent. And okay, And the parking, do we know how big the parking stalls are that we're allowed? Did that change at all? Are they still 18 feet maximum car size? Or have they increased to accommodate anything larger than a Corolla?
Through the chair, that would be a question for Chelsea, but
Great.
it wasn't, there were no requests to change parking sizes in this
Okay.
amendment.
Yeah, correct, Counselor, through to you, Counselor Hughes. There was no parking stall amendment. Like what parking stall requirements or drive aisle requirements are for Midtown is citywide. It's the standard, like, as you said, it would be depending on what angle and that kind of thing, but they're 2.6 by 5.8, so 19 feet deep.
Okay. It came to me and then it left at the same time. Don't you just absolutely hate that? I know, I'm gonna try, Ken. He told me to just get used to it. Okay. You know what? I'll let it come through and it comes back. It will come back to me, maybe at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll call you, okay? But that's it for now.
Public hearing will be over by then. Okay, any more questions of administration? Of course, we can come back as always, but I will now go to the public. So we have Mr. Paul Lanny who's registered to speak. Do you have a PowerPoint or anything? No? Okay.
I have notes, but I've scribbled on them.
Okay, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by expressing our strong support for the land use bylaw updates that were completed. The process was thorough and we appreciated being able to be a part of it and helping to inform it. Abbott's been a staunch supporter and participant of the evolution of the land use bylaw in St. Albert for over a decade when Midtown first started to take shape. So in 2015 was the first time I came to council. Today is really about equity and consistency for us. The changes that are on the agenda here today, the amendments, could have been folded into the greater land use bylaw process, along with all the other changes that were made. As far as Midtown being purpose-written or bespoke, I think that's the wrong term. The type of product that we're building in Midtown is product that can be built elsewhere. What is different about Midtown is the overall density, which I acknowledge. Excuse me. To Councillor Hughes' point, we do have city-owned roads like Rondo Drive, Royer Road, and the future Red Willow Link, which do have full boulevards, sidewalks, on-street parking as well. So this community is a community like others in the region in many ways, but in many ways it's also different. So what we're looking at from our standpoint is about, again, back to equity and consistency. And I think these principles are vital to any municipal regulations, especially land use. We are seeking to achieve those same advantages that have been bestowed upon the greater St. Albert land use bylaw. Ironically, some of the provisions adopted in the new land use bylaw were originally proposed by Abberton for the Midtown District in 2018, but were unfortunately denied by administration because administration preferred that things like parking ratios in the Midtown District aligned with the rest of the land use bylaw at that time. The irony just, is obvious to me that if we had to match the land use bylaw, then why is the land use bylaw no longer applicable to our district now? So that's really the kicker here. Despite being a custom or bespoke zone or district that is unlike others, does that mean that Midtown should not be able to evolve like the rest of the city land use evolves as well? I think that's something to think about. We take great pride in the strong sense of community that we've developed in Midtown. And we have collaborated with many departments throughout the city in delivering what we've done to date. And we remain committed to delivering the original vision presented to council and administration over the past decade, which is a made in St. Albert solution for a high quality and diverse housing stock. It's notable today, earlier, in collaboration with the city of St. Albert, we delivered 4 new homes to 4 new families through Habitat for Humanity. So I do want to thank council for their support in that. With respect to the amendments to parking minimums, a townhouse complex is a townhouse complex. And the townhouse complex uses in Midtown parallel those that are throughout the rest of the city. The idea of there being insufficient parking is somewhat misplaced, if not absolutely misplaced. Individual parcels within Midtown will be developed as standalone multifamily communities in both condominium and rental townhouses and apartments. Because of the presence of public roads, we do have similar considerations that other parcels would have throughout the city. And we would have to be required to be subject to the minimum subdivision standards that are present elsewhere throughout the city as well. Seeing my time, I'm gonna have to speed through here. With respect to the amendment on density bonusing, this is another area that we believe consistency should apply. We absolutely view this as a positive initiative on the part of the city, and we advocate for the equitable opportunities within the land use bylaw to ensure that density bonusing provisions are applied consistently across all districts in the land use bylaw that qualify. We originally came forward with looking for density bonusing in area C, but the city pointed out that it would apply to area B as well because of meeting that 40 unit per hectare mark. With respect to the inclusion of stacked town housing, the land use bylaw does not include stacked town housing for area C. However, the area structure plan amendment in 2021 does. And so the idea of including it in area C would be a matter of consistency that we're trying to encourage as well. We appreciate the opportunity to engage in this discussion and look forward to continued collaboration with all members and departments of the city to ensure that Midtown remains a thriving, well-planned community. Thank you.
Okay, although the 5 minutes is up, I'm sure you'll get more time because the questions are rolling in. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So to get in, I just need an understanding here of what the end result is going to look like in a little bit. So for the stacked townhomes, I remember the question. It's just going to him instead. So you're off the hook. And that is, so what would be the height of a stacked townhome? Is it going to be like 2 stories, then 2 stories, or is it 1 and 1, or what's a stacked townhome mean?
So the term stacked townhome refers to any combination that can be in some definitions back to back or units over other units. We actually do have a stacked townhome building in our current phase of Midtown, which is the white building if you roll up. So we have 8 units in about the same space as a 4-plex. So we get a little bit of an extra density there for the given floor plate. The height would generally go no more than 5 stories to accommodate a stacked townhome building. So the idea of including stacked townhome in area C is really about creating an opportunity to transition from some of the higher densities or the higher buildings, and to create potentially a transition to the streetscape by having lower density or lower height buildings where it could be appropriate. So we see the stacked townhousing as being a complement to the higher densities that are already approved in area C. And it just allows us the opportunity to scale down heights to get to the street level.
So the ones that are back to back right now, are those 4 stories or 5 stories?
It's a 3-story building.
3 stories.
Yeah.
Is the intention to build a 5 stories, to build on top of each other, or is the stacked intention to be as you built now back to back?
So my understanding is the city does not have stacked townhousing. It's a specific definition. It falls under townhousing, a typology. So we would defer to that. We're just looking for that use to be able to be applied in area C to complement some of the the buildings of greater height that will be in there. We see it as a tool to allow transition between building types.
Right. So are you thinking it's going to be 3 stories, or are you thinking it's going to be 5 then?
It could be up to 5 stories. Under that zone, we could go up to 12 stories, but stacked townhousing is limited by fire code and safety code, et cetera, that the most you're going to get out of that is maybe 4 stories plus a rooftop. So that's why I would say 5 story.
Okay. So just so I have clarity, are you still thinking you're going to be like starting from the ground, or is the second level going to be, because you can have 5 that are like one on top of each other, or you can have 5 that are 1 and then 1.
No, so I guess in terms of how they get arranged, in its highest density form, a stacked townhouse would usually start below ground with a unit either just below ground or fully in a basement. Then you would have a 2-story unit above that and a 2-story unit above that, and they're all accessed by front doors. So the minute you're going higher, it gets a lot more complicated. Then at that point, you're looking at an apartment. The only way to access something 6 stories would be, through common corridor or common stairwell. So a stacked townhouse, generally speaking, you're it's going to appear as though it's a 4 or 5 story building, but it's not an apartment. It offers almost a similar density as some of the wood frame apartments you'd see out there. We see it, speaking in terms of acres, stacked townhousing in its most dense form can sometimes get up to 50 units an acre. So we see it as a good alternative to an apartment style, but still getting our density up, which is to meet the requirements of our density in Area C.
So you're not intending to do what you've done in Area B and Area C. You're intending to do the multiple
Yeah,
layers?
so Area C's density requirement, which we have to meet based on the ASP, it would be unlikely that we would look to build less there. We're looking, I guess what this is a solution that we can meet our density requirements with different product types. Instead of it just being apartment, we're saying we will build apartment in order to hit our density. However, if we can bring some ground-oriented product in there to support the benefit of the streetscape, to support the benefit of the overall community, that's something that we're looking to do. So we
Okay,
just see it as another tool in the toolbox for that neighborhood.
okay, I understand. So what is the density requirement right now in Area C?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I may look to your team.
Is it
I believe
close?
I think it's 125 units per hectare.
So why would so you're looking at asking for bonus density that would actually more than double it?
I'd want to confirm what we have for Area C range goes up to 250, I believe, but I don't know for certain. So
Okay. So with your future plans for there, you feel that you would need density that exceeds 250 units?
So the idea on density bonusing in our position is similar to the parking ratios, that we would want to see consistency across the land use bylaw instead of Midtown being excluded. It's not necessarily that we're looking for an outright increase in density. It's that we're looking for consistency across the land use bylaw where, because we think the density bonusing, the tool that the city's created there is to get better outcomes in terms of design and landscaping, which we think is a fantastic outcome. And so in the same way that we encourage that, we would like to see it applied to Midtown all the same if we meet those same requirements. So it's not that we're looking for a specific outright increase in density. We're looking for consistency that if something's good in the land use bylaw, it should apply to Midtown, just like it should apply to Northridge or Jensen Lakes or wherever.
I understand that. What I'm confused about is just if you're not planning to go above 250 units, regardless of whether or not it's consistent or not, if this area is confined to within your parameters of your land, why would you specifically come and ask to have it moved up to 250 units if you have no intention of going past that? I understand you're saying consistency, but I mean, I could ask for consistency with somebody else, and if I have no intention of ever exercising that option, there's no real need for me to worry about the fact that it would be considered inconsistent.
But they have it, right? And that option should be there.
Right.
To
So-
exclude it is something I wouldn't agree with.
So you're intending, but I know this is a specific ask though, that came to Councillor Broadhead. So you want an option that you're never planning to exercise, or are you intending to exercise that option if given to you?
We're not there yet. So in my opinion, when we approach the city, initially approach city staff to say, here's where we see concerns, because we were specifically excluded from policy that was being proposed. This is another element that could have been incorporated to apply to all districts, including Midtown. We feel that from the standpoint of equity and consistency, it should also apply to Midtown. As far as whether or not we were able to use it, that's in the future. Why would I not want that to be able to be at our disposal if we qualify for it? No
Okay.
different than any other incentive that the city might want to create.
Okay. So the timing to bring it forward today, was that a request of yours to have it fast tracked to today, or? Because I mean, Councillor Broadhead could have just brought forward a motion and said, just do it, and it would have come back in 5 or 6 months in the regular due course. So did you ask to have it brought forward for today?
We feel the opportunity today is the most compelling in terms of the amount of time that passes through processes like this. So we certainly appreciate that council allowed this to come forward today. We're trying to take advantage of the fact that we have a housing market in this region for the first time in a long time. So we are making using a lot of our efforts to make those future plans, to bring those forward. Getting clarity on this will allow us to have a very productive summer season as we plan out the future phases of Midtown.
So like I look at, Landrex had the site, for the drive-throughs. They wanted to have a land use amendment for that. And so they were told to bring it forward. And I brought forward the motion and then, I realized that, you know, there would be the fees, et cetera, and they need to go through due process. So they put it forward shortly after that to go through due process. But you chose not to do that. Like you could have brought it forward in November, or December as well, after it was brought forward to the land use bylaw. And it would probably be before us either now or shortly after now. But I understand that they're going to recommend against it, or that's your suspicion, but they may also recommend against the Landrex motion as well. And like this, by no means, nothing is guaranteed, even if they recommend it. But you chose not to bring it forward at that time. I'm just trying to understand what you were thinking at that time.
Well, what I was thinking, our whole team was thinking, was we continued to be confused that the thorough and extensive process that occurred over the multiple years to bring forward a new land use that specifically went out of its way to exclude Midtown when it should have just been included. That was the issue. So we were standing by hoping that amendments to the land use bylaw would have, logic would have prevailed and those inclusions would have been able to be afforded to Midtown, which they ultimately weren't. This, in my opinion, what we're bringing forward today, or what has been brought forward today, is really an extension of October's land use bylaw hearings. Because this should have been folded into that process. To go and start over and, again, I don't know much about the Landrex proposal, but that is not what we're talking about today. We're saying what should be good for the land use bylaw should also be good for Midtown, as opposed to being specifically excluded, which continues to be puzzling for me.
Okay, because I'm also just, like Landrex has their issue where they actually had some deals that I don't know if they fell through or not, quite frankly. And there was certainly urgency for them, and they still had to go through the process of 6 months. So was there other urgency that needed to have this done in 30 days?
Again, we were looking to these elements being incorporated in the land use bylaw when it was brought forward in October. And despite many months of effort, we did not make inroads with the city to get those inclusions made. So the urgency is absolutely there all the time, because time is a killer in our business. And so certainly we wanted to see these amendments made as part of the overall land use process.
Okay, and then the fees that are associated with it, if you had applied, are you intending to pay for those?
At this stage, we're looking to be brought through the process no different than the rest of the land use bylaw amendments that were made. We feel that we've contributed to those, but again, but for this exclusion, we've been a part of that land use process like every other landowner in St. Albert.
So you're not planning to pay the fees, is what I'm hearing, right?
I haven't been
Okay.
asked to pay fees, and I'm not looking to pay fees.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for coming, Mr. Lanny. So the site density in Midtown is defined within the Midtown district. It says irrespective of whatever densities in A, B, and C, the aggregate will be 81 dwelling units. So your site densities for C, correct me if I'm wrong, it just gives you flexibility on how you manage the build within C, but the density still remains at that maximum. Is that correct?
Yeah, the way that we've been able to progress thus far with administration is on a parcel by parcel basis. We are required, when we come forward with an application for a development permit, we are required to demonstrate that we are how we are meeting density throughout the balance of the site. So if our target density is, say, 40 units a hectare, and we bring forward one parcel at 20, then that means the other one might have to be at 60, just using round numbers here. So we always have to adhere to the overall ranges or the overall density target that was being made. But having the latitude for certain sites maybe to be higher density or versus other sites that might be lower density is really about meeting opportunity in the market.
Right. Okay, I appreciated the comments around stacked townhouses. We don't hear those comments too often. I don't see the build too often, so I appreciated that. Talk to me about your discussions over time with administration. So it wasn't new. You were just under the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that this would just be folded into the land use bylaw?
Well, that was my hope. And as we had brought forward those asks over multiple forums and with multiple personnel, and kept pleading our case that we should see Midtown being included and rather than excluded, for a variety of reasons. And we weren't able to make those inroads, as I said earlier. So we did conduct, we attended every forum, had multiple conversations and submissions through email or what have you outside of those forums as well to advocate for our case. But it fell on deaf ears. It was always the same response. Midtown's different.
So the application, they said these three amendments would have been one application. The current rate after we made the change to the listing of fees and rates back in December was $7,365 per application. Not insignificant, but perhaps not over the top either. So why didn't you just go through the process?
Well, respectfully, I think we went through the process in terms of what the land use bylaw process was intended to be. We provided input. We provided input even on the MDP for years, working with Katie and her team. We've been there every step of the way to help inform what could be in various pieces of policy for the city of St. Albert. So we went through the process. I don't see what we're asking for here as site specific at all. I see these as consistent application throughout the city of St. Albert, that when you come to St. Albert and you want to build a townhouse complex, these are the rules that apply, rather than have an asterisk and say it applies to everywhere except for Midtown, which has to be stuck with land use bylaw that, from the 90s or what have you. It just doesn't make any sense that we would have different rules on standardized regulations. Midtown being different, I recognize that in terms of all the ASP processes that we did in the years past, in terms of density. Density and height were the main things that were contentious, if you will, or unique. The innovative product that we brought forward of a certain quality has demonstrated that we're doing things the right way for a solution that is to the overall benefit of the city of St. Albert. So we went through the process thinking and hoping that we would be able to find some level of acceptance for what we were advocating for, no different than how the city said that the apartments in Midtown would be subject to the same parking ratios as apartment sites throughout the rest of St. Albert. So they were on top of that. But when it came to townhouses, well, now we have to have different rules. It doesn't make any sense. If it was good for the apartments to match the rest of the land use bylaw, for apartments in Midtown to match the same parking ratios as the rest of the land use bylaw, then certainly that should also apply for townhouses and any other form of housing that we're building.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Lenny. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing today, Mr. Lanny. The questions I have is there were some privileges that were granted to your specific development in history. I mean, I wasn't around all that time, but say if the land use bylaw was, you're advocating consistency, say those things that you were granted prior were not there any longer in the new land use bylaw, or things were changed that you didn't appreciate in the bylaw, would you still advocate it for consistency in that sense?
Well, I think we're talking about evolution towards, as mentioned earlier, towards standards that we helped develop through our advocacy over the last 10 years. So it would be impossible for me to envision the city going the opposite way and now looking to abolish rear lanes and move back to a 50%, 50-foot lot minimum, things like that. I don't see the city going backwards. I see the city moving forward to where we were always trying to get the city, but we've been excluded from being able to participate in that. I think it should be the same for any application that comes forward. If they are willing to meet the opportunities or the demands for higher density and do it in a way to work with the city to come up with a solution, they should be entitled to do that too. So I think equity should apply across the board. And that's why I'm here today.
Okay, and you did mention in applications that come forward, so it could have been settled in your case with an application coming forward as well.
I believe had the new land use bylaw not come forward, then our only other option would have been, hey, let's go and revisit our parking ratios because they aren't consistent with what's happening out there in the region. However, the land use bylaw was doing that work for us. That whole process of amending the land use bylaw and moving towards those different parking ratios, et cetera, was in motion and should have been to the benefit of Midtown as well.
Okay. Then the couple other questions I had are, it's written in our backgrounder here that without the application, it's not guaranteed that amendments would align with site development. And of course, we're not experts on site developments here as counselors, and by, simply approving things without application and that correct research, are we not putting ourselves at risk by, putting forward something for a developer from a counselor point of view rather than directing back to administration for clarity and, and concise information?
So in my view, and I think in the view of anyone that would look at this, we are subject to the same standards for the product that we will be building in Midtown. A townhouse complex in Northridge or a townhouse complex in Midtown are subject to the same requirements, the same standards, except for now this parking ratio thing. So I guess what I'm saying to that is that we are already subject to all the same rules, the same definitions as the rest of the land use bylaw.
Okay, and then the last question is, for you personally, why didn't you come and speak to all of council instead of meeting with two counselors to put or a counselor and one counselor essentially to put a motion forward for you?
So if you go back to your email, you'll have seen multiple emails from me to council advocating for these items going back to the fall, and I've clearly addressed every member of council. I included Mr. Fletcher as well. So this was all we were very open about our hope for this outcome. Our conversations that have happened with multiple councilors respectfully was done to get to a point where we could have a conversation like this in this forum, rather than 7 individual conversations. So I think we put everything on the table and communicated it through email with members of council, and since then have had multiple conversations with different members of council along the way. You and I have not connected, and Councillor Hughes and I have not connected, but I've connected with everyone else on council to advocate for this over the last few months.
Right. If you present at council to all of us at once, it's easier to have, hear the whole conversation and see where we all stand on specific subjects and such. So it's makes it a little bit unclear what was said and, and what we're actually agreeing to or not agreeing to, or what's being asked for. It's very unclear to me personally, so.
Yeah, again, all of this was laid out in emails to all members of council. Some members of council replied back and wanted more information, but not everyone did. And, I was always open to and continue to be open to have whatever conversation is wanted by anyone.
Okay, and then probably my last question is, say this doesn't go forward, will you go the application process, or what would you do?
Well, I'd be pretty disappointed, certainly. And we'd have to figure out, what the next application would look like for us. At that point, we're now looking at Midtown specific amendments. Again, this year, we're not looking to amend the land use bylaw. We're looking to just see it include Midtown. We're not looking to go in and change certain elements of Midtown that aren't working or things that we could tweak different. We're not going in for more height or more density. We're just looking for the land use bylaw to be applied fairly across all districts. So that's maybe a little bit different than what you're asking, but we're not here for specific changes to Midtown. We're here to just see inclusion for Midtown.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes has a question, and then I think we'll take a bit of a break. It's been a couple hours, so go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, it's not, this one, just have one more that came to my mind. So this is all for Area C, correct? All these amendments are for Area C, not A and B.
No, they're for Midtown District as a whole. So there's, of the 3 amendments that are proposed, one of them has to do with townhouse complexes, which would be Area B and Area C if the third is accepted, which is to allow townhouse complexes inside of Area C. And then the density bonusing would apply to any area in the city of St. Albert that exceeds 40 units per hectare, which would apply to Area B and C by the city's definition of the density bonusing.
So this is assuming this was passed today. Are you planning to submit a lot of permits and plans this summer? Do you have plans to make changes as soon as this is passed this summer?
If these changes are accepted today, then they will inform the plans that we are working on immediately. Absolutely. In terms of what we bring and when, we're doing our best to bring on the next phases in Midtown.
So are you intending on bringing them forward this year,
Yes.
this summer, like for this construction season?
Not, they won't be built this year, but we need to start now in order to see construction for 2026. That's the amount of time that the process takes to go through design all the way through to engineering and then development permit into building permit. That's, we don't have the benefit of being able to move that quickly in this industry.
Okay.
Especially with the uncertainty that's out there today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I'm just trying to figure out the urgency, because there was a lot of people who are developers that are in the system right now that paid the fees, that are waiting the 4, 5, 6 months. They've been pushed back now to accommodate this specific request. And I'm trying to figure out what was the urgency to have it being pushed to the head of the line, from not in the line to ahead of the line. I'm trying to figure out what the urgency was. I understand that you're going for fairness, but everyone else is
Councillor
waiting.
Broadhead that brought forward the motion.
I understand that, but did you like it? Who, other than the idea of bringing it forward and doing it in a fast track, what was the urgency to having this done?
The urgency to me is obvious, because the minute we have this put through, we can get to work on updating our plans to reflect what's been approved.
Okay. I do wonder what statement we're making to everyone else who did pay. Thank you.
All right, let's call a 10-minute break. It's 10 after 3. 20 after 3, we'll reconvene. And I saw some chatter down here. Do you guys want to jump into something that was said? Yeah, okay, right after. Okay. And we're back. And before I enter, I'll let the before we get into more questions of the presenter from the public, I had a little scrum over here because when Councillor Hughes asked about these amendments apply to Area C, Mr. Lanny said they would apply to the entire district, but Katie, just let me get, do I have this right? The stacked townhouses are only in Area C?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
but everything else is for the full district? The parking and the density bonusing?
We drafted the proposed changes to the land use bylaw based on the approved council motion.
Okay. Okay, so that's just for clarity, and I just wanted you to hear that, because you saw the original motion, and I'm assuming you read these red line amendments. That was your understanding too?
So my understanding is we did ask the city to consider creating a specific definition of stacked townhousing. And the response we got was that it falls under townhousing, like a little more generically. And so in order to get the opportunity to build stacked townhousing in Area C, we need townhousing to be an allowable use in Area C. Townhousing is already an allowable use in Area B.
Okay.
And so that's the specifics for Area C there, but it's still, yeah. I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, good. Councillor Hughes.
Okay, so just now I'm a little bit more confused, so please forgive me. I think my brain came in and came out again halfway through the conversation. So while it's being applied to everything, your intention of application is strictly on Area C, is that correct? Because you already have the townhouses in Area B, so you already do that because you're doing it,
It's
right?
already a permitted use in Area
Right.
B. We would like to see it be a permitted use in Area C as well as all the other uses that are allowed in Area C.
So really, all of these amendments are, even though they're more broad reaching, the intention for the application is for Area C. Would that be right? Or are you actually planning to make a bunch of changes in Area B as well?
No, what we're looking for is today, the land use bylaw allows a parking ratio in townhouse complexes of 1.5 to 1, and units less than 5.18 meters are allowed a parking ratio of 1 to 1. So that is generic for any townhouse anywhere in the city. We're looking for that to apply in Midtown as well, so that will impact Area B for the most part. The other considerations for townhouses that would affect Area C, sorry, those same considerations would also affect Area C if this is a permitted use in Area C, which today it's not. So in the area structure plan, it calls for Area C to have stacked townhousing as an allowable use. But the land use bylaw has not gone so far as to do that same thing.
And you're intending to build townhomes in Area B still that have not yet been constructed, right? Because I know you have, I don't know if everything you're building, you're considering townhomes, like they're so tight, I don't know, or any of them considered single family homes? Because they're all
They
together.
are all attached. Everything we have built is an attached product, so we consider them townhomes.
Okay,
But there's different definitions for everything. They are, we have townhomes that are not stacked, and we have townhomes that are stacked.
but everything's a townhome right now.
Correct.
So going forward, if you change this, you just reduce the parking for the new developments in Area B.
In Area B, we would, the part that's important for us is if we have a requirement of 2 parking stalls per unit rather than 1.5, it changes how we design our sites. It changes how we design the product. So those are the considerations that are most important to us, is getting that clarity so that we can go and design the future development sites in Area B.
So, and right now for visitor parking, it's going to be 1 for every 7 units?
As staff
Yeah.
identified, it's 1 per 7 under the old bylaw, it's 1.5 under the new bylaw.
I think it's the other way around, isn't it? It was 1
Sorry,
to 5 and now it's
other way
7?
around. Sorry,
Okay.
yeah.
So, because you have no street parking anywhere in there, or is there street parking that I missed?
There is absolutely street parking in Midtown. We have Rondo Road, which is a city-owned street, which has full boulevards and all the other considerations that engineering would require it to have, including on-street parking. We have Royer Road, which was just built, fully boulevarded. We have Red Willow Link, which is our next road to complete the project. So the idea that there are no public roads and no, within Midtown and that it's all one big condominium is completely false. There's multiple parcels that would permit multifamily development, be it townhouse or apartment, depending on the zoning. And all those parcels are separated by public streets, public parks, and all that goes with those, including on-street parking.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the main streets then, like they're not, is it public like parallel parking or is it like, here's a parking stall section? Forgive me, I just haven't
No, as
gone
far
to
as,
look at it.
so when you say Main Street, you mean like the city-owned streets?
You
or
have,
within-
so you have
within-
major corridors, you have not arterial collectors, I guess, on there, and those are the ones that have the boulevards and the sidewalks, right?
Yeah.
And so then on those, you also have street parking, like it's wide enough to handle side street parking as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many street stalls you have?
No.
How
Just
long are the streets? Do you know?
I mean, I don't know the answer, but we would meet all the minimum requirements of city engineering standards and then some.
Okay.
So our roads were designed in concert with engineering and would meet all the requirements for boulevarding and setbacks and all that stuff.
So, and I'm not sure I need to ask you or admin, but so if this, let's say it passes today, and so the parking gets more relaxed, then would you have to come forward and do an area structure plan amendment because you'd be changing parts of your area structure plan to potentially increase the density or change the layout because you're going to have fewer parking stalls, for example?
No, what that means is what we've shown before, and we will continue to show, is that if we have to provide fewer parking stalls, it means that our park spaces can get bigger. It means that our separation from buildings can be a little more thoughtful. Some of our units will be 1-bedroom units. So it doesn't necessarily make sense that 1-bedroom unit needs 2 parking stalls when there might be a single person living there, just as an example. So this would allow us to right-size the parking for the type of unit that we'd be bringing forward. Just the same as we build larger units, we'd make sure that we had more parking. So this allows us the latitude to respond to the product type that we're building. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're now going to squeeze in more units. Our range of densities is locked in through the area structure plan. We're not looking to amend that. And we don't necessarily look to build to the maximum all the time in every site, because that would mean that we would go over our area structure plan allowance today.
Okay. In other area structure plans, there's been amendments. Sometimes it's been like a sliver of park that had to come forward to get a change and get approval. So if you're going to change it from something to a park, from a non-park, et cetera, I just thought that would require amendments.
I'm referring to what we would call on-site development. So if we took a parcel, say a 3-acre parcel, and under the old land use bylaw, we would have to provide, let's say it's 50 houses and 100 parking stalls. Under this new bylaw, we would end up with 50 houses and 75 parking stalls. And what we do in Midtown or as Aberton is we love the idea of more open space between our units, our buildings. So we want to be able to have more of that space. Again, we've shown that in our first phase. Compared to other townhouse developments throughout the region, we are very thoughtful about how we plan our open space and create amenities for all our residents. So this would allow us more latitude to do that.
Okay, I think I understand now. Just one more second before I don't think I have anything else on this. That's it for now. I have some questions of staff.
No problem. Okay. Is there any more questions for Mr. Lanny? This will be your last chance.
It's never last chance.
All right, seeing nothing, I will open it up for any questions of administration.
Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, I don't meet with developers unless it's in a public forum. And so that is why I didn't meet with this developer or any other developer that might contact me to ask if I would meet behind closed doors. But the question I had for staff was that, so I understand we're looking for like there's a fairness is what's being discussed on this. Are there other items for this specific land that have been given exemptions beyond other exemptions beyond what the regular land use bylaw is? So let's assume that this all passed. I'm assuming that there's other things that have been granted for this Midtown area that the rest of St. Albert developers did not receive. Would that, like, I guess, like, do we have any idea of what other things? Because I'm just trying to think of what, like, do we even need to have a separate bylaw for Midtown if we were to make these changes? Or are there still other things that define them as a special custom bylaw?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we haven't looked at that. I don't have an answer for you at this time. It's something we could look into and report back, or Chelsea might have some thoughts just given her involvement in the land use bylaw project. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chelsea.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to you, Councillor Hughes. Basically, Midtown is written as a standalone district because it was drafted a little different and included items in the district such as landscaping and their own parking regulations, etc., because it was written differently. So there are existing things. I couldn't off the top of my head list all of them, but there are Midtown specific regulations, whether that is different building separations or setbacks or numbers or bonuses or what have you. There's special things about Midtown and the Midtown district specifically that are not the same. And that hence why when it was created, it was written site specific as a separate district.
And I'm assuming that those exemptions allowed more leniency or allowed closer buildings or allowed things that would make it, I'm trying to think of what the word would be, but so that they were asking for exemptions, I guess, that were then made the standard as opposed to as a rule for this area.
To you, Councillor Hughes, basically the Midtown is a comprehensively planned district, and the district was written to assist the build out or development of the developer's vision, which at the time it doesn't fit just this or just this or just this. So it was written as a standalone district.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions of administration? All right, I see none. Is anyone willing to make a motion to close the public hearing? Oh, look at all those people. I'll go to Ken for the public hearing, and then Wes, if you're okay, I'll go to you for whatever motion you might want to bring forward. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'm good at closing down hearings. That the public hearing on bylaw 7/2025 be closed.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed and that motion passes unanimously. All right, Councillor Broadhead, I don't know if you're going to bring forward the recommended motion or any alternative motions, but I'll let you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm prepared to bring forward alternative one, and I'll argue in that respect, and then council will make a decision. So that bylaw 7/2025 be an amendment 4 to the land use bylaw be read a first time.
All right, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Well, this is the first reading is to get it on the books. And the second reading, I guess, is where we debate.
Okay.
So I'll just put the first one on the books and then we can go from there.
Sounds good. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes unanimously.
All right. That bylaw 7/2025 be an amendment 4 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Okay, accept that. Go ahead.
All right, Madam Mayor, the basis for the argument here is around the equitable application of the land use bylaw that just came into effect. And I'm arguing that it should be applicable to Midtown District as well. I recognize that the Midtown District is unique in some ways. In fact, in many ways, perhaps. But that doesn't mean that the amendments that the land use bylaw envisioned for the entire city shouldn't, by right, I guess, be applicable to Midtown as well. So that's basically the foundation for bringing this forward, is that a land use bylaw that we just finished passing excluded Midtown District from the bonusing that was available to other developers within the city of St. Albert itself. Now, I recognize that administration would have liked the proponent to do the application process. However, there's really no guarantee that that would occur. So I felt that based on the equity argument, I felt it within my right to be able to bring this forward. I would have done that for any developer. You know, it's interesting, Madam Mayor, council lives in this sort of liminal space between what the development industry wants and what the planning department is prepared to offer. And oftentimes when they can't come together, council is asked to adjudicate what might be correct for the city of St. Albert, because we're the ones that are tasked with governing the community, and we're the ones that are tasked with defining how this city will be built. This does not, please hear me clearly on this. I'm not casting aspersions on anybody, either on our planning staff, because they're doing exactly what they believe is right. And I'm not casting aspersions on the development community, because they're trying to do what's right to build their development out. And quite honestly, as the city of St. Albert, we need successful developers in order for our city to be successful. And I understand that that administration and planning, I agree with that. We all need to be successful in this. So here I am before council saying we need to adjudicate as a council on whether this particular land use bylaw that we just finished passing here in the last year should apply equitably to the Midtown District and allow them to have the site bonusings that allow them to build out their community as their vision allows it. Now, this doesn't mean that the overall density of the district will increase, because it says within the current district that there's a maximum that it can build it out to anyway. So we're not talking about an increased density. It's about flexibility within the district itself to meet those things. So that's what I'm here before council to do, is just to ask us to take a look and see whether this is appropriate or whether this is not. And then and adjudicate appropriately. And then whatever the result will be, will be. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Killick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I have to say, I was just at the Midtown location for the Habitat for Humanity key handover to the new residents. I can assure the rest of council from that visit that there is lots of on-street parking. There are probably 50 or 60 people at that event, and probably 40 cars parked along the street. So there's lots of public parking on the streets that are public. There obviously is a special design there with access to garages, et cetera, that are not available for public parking, but for this particular event today, there was lots. I would also say that the event was held in a beautiful green space that Averton has built in Midtown, numerous green spaces. Which they call public gathering spaces. They want to get people outside in these little kind of mini micro parks during the summertime, and they have fire pits and have a glass of wine with your neighbor. So I think the unique design of Midtown is awesome. What I am struggling with today is a lot of the questions that were asked about roads and sidewalks and parking density bonusing, area B, area C, definition of stacked townhome, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like I am asked to be a planner. And we have a whole department of planners. Many of them are with us in the room today, and they're the experts. They would be able to adjudicate whether an application from the developer came forward. They would spend hours on it, I am sure. They would also spend hours going back and forth with the developer for clarification, which I am sure they would do. In an hour and a bit here in council, I could not play that role of an expert planner, and I would not even pretend to try to do that. I still heard today that there are lots of questions around what density bonusing is or isn't, and where it would apply and where it wouldn't apply. Those are all questions that can best be asked when a developer brings in an application specifically clear on what they are asking for, runs it through our planning process with the experts, and gets the right answer. I cannot do that today, and I should not even try. It would not do justice to the developer, and it would not do justice to our planning department and experts. I absolutely agree with starting from a point of equity, and I think the developer would support that as well, saying, hey, or has said that quite clearly today. I'd like to see the rules that apply in that broader, bigger picture document, land use bylaw, apply to Midtown Averton where they make sense. I don't want to short circuit that process. I don't want to short circuit public engagement. I don't want to short circuit expert review and further research and investigation as we've heard. The other thing I think that I feel very uncomfortable about when we are asked as council to bring forward a motion on behalf of a developer, I feel like I'm acting like the developer. And that again is not a role that I think council should play or be engaged in. That should be a continued relationship between the developer and the planning department to work out the details and figure out how this fits. And the third concern that I have is that there are many other examples of work that the team has already on their to-do list that this process of coming to council today would short circuit. And Councillor Hughes raised one of those, and I think there are several others, pieces of work that are in the queue in advance of this request that should be handled in an appropriate timeline and prioritization. The last thing is that I am very reluctant to have council get involved in a direct, very detailed, and again, questions that I have no clue what they, I'll admit I have no clue what they mean and the implications or ramifications of what they are. That this would set precedent that whenever there's a potential time delay, that we council would short circuit the process that would set us up for continually having a precedent set that says, oh, we're going to get involved and short circuit that, not only the timeline, but the detailed work that needs to be done. My thought is that this should be fairly straightforward. They are items that are contained in the broader land use bylaw, and a straightforward application asked from the developer to planning, asking for application of those would have been the right way to go. Because they are already in the land use bylaw, my sense is that they would have stood a good chance of being approved. I don't want to speak on behalf of planning because I've said I'm not a planner and I don't want to play that role. But my sense is that if they're this simple, there wouldn't have been a red flag raised. So I would much rather see this go through the proper planning process with an application from the developer, and we could have the debate back and forth between the planning groups and the developer to figure this all out, make sure that it fits, and we would be able to address it through the appropriate processes at the appropriate time with the appropriate priority, and fully understanding the impacts to the rest of the workload that and work from developers that is already in the queue. So I won't be able to support this particular ask.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good comments so far, but I think we're mixing up a little bit about what we're actually being asked to do here. I don't believe we're asked to look at the development. The ASP is already in place. I think what we're being asked to do, and what I'm relying on is I believe we're actually being asked to be a referee in a process, because the definitions that Councillor Killick was maybe struggling with, well, certainly I would have definition anxiety as well if I was expected to know that, because like I've already identified, and I don't have the background. I'm not a planner, but I do know equity and fairness, and I do know consistency, and I believe that the land use bylaw that we recently passed contains the items that I believe that the landowner has come before us and asked us to just referee and apply equally across the board. I don't think we're being asked to do anything other than that. So, I mean, we're blessed in this community to have a number of very progressive developers who have built out wonderful communities, and Midtown, I believe, became a separate district out of that fact that they were one of our very first developers that looked a little bit outside the box and were progressive enough. And council at the time made the decision to actually approve a district where we could look and see what some of these advantages of a progressive community or a progressive builder brings to our community. And I think we can see the results of that quite clearly with what you, Councillor Killick, had just identified with some of the, the work on partnership with Habitat for Humanity, what we're seeing in relation to some of the new builds. So whether we're going to get into definitions of what stacked townhouses are or townhomes are or parking, that's not what's being asked of me, I believe, today. What's being asked of me is to be able to say, was this process applied equally and consistently moving forward? And so I can clearly see that where there maybe is some inconsistencies, and I don't believe it's being applied fairly. And so I'm not going to get tied down into being the planning conference, because I agree with all the conversation and some of the challenges that would bring. But I do believe that we as a council can look at a higher level, at a governance level, and make sure that our land use bylaw is being applied equally and consistently. And that's not casting aspersions on planning staff or on administration. I'm just thinking that that's one of my roles as a councillor, and that's the one I'm going to apply today.
Councillor Hughes.
And I don't know how you're voting still. That's okay. It'll be a surprise. My concern is that the message that we're sending here, regardless of whether or not you want to agree with this bylaw change or not, it's that you can go to council can make these decisions without having any other process happening, without involving administration, involving fast tracking, being put from out of the line to the front of the line, at the consequence of everybody else who followed the system, who had to pay the money, who had to wait, and who may still come forward with a recommendation not to approve from administration. And ultimately, that's irrelevant because it's council's decision to say yes or no. Administration just provides their best advice that they can based on their personal opinion, and we make the decision. So the fact that there was a likelihood that administration may not recommend it does not stop any developer from bringing forward and asking for consideration from council. So to me, the excuse is saying, well, we think you're going to say no, so therefore we're just going to go directly to council, is not a very statement that I want to give to anyone in the development community, is that if you think there's going to be a no, just come directly to us. And then we not only will we say yes, but we'll fast track it for you. And we'll get it done in 30 days at the expense of everyone else. I look at that backgrounder, 46 staff hours were taken in 2 weeks. That means that half of one person's job for 2 weeks stood silent to accommodate this one request. Just to be here today was a huge consequence to everybody in the back who was trying to get their work done, and then still now trying to figure out how to compensate for that and meet timelines that other developers were expecting to see. For example, the Landrex site. The Landrex drive-throughs, I don't know if they're going to say yes. It's very likely that the recommendation will say no, and it will be again council's decision, but they're paying the money to make that decision. They're rolling the dice and saying, let's see what's going to happen. And for them, we already know that there was urgency, and they're still having to wait until July. They're not getting a fast track of 30 days to get the answer. They're also having to wait and see what happens, even if it costs them financially. The other thing that we have is that we are basically, while it may sound lovely, everyone, when they have a request, sounds like it's totally rational, but we are making this decision blind because there's nothing that's been done for from the administration's point of view to evaluate this request. So we are just simply saying that all the other exceptions this parcel of land was given, we will not think that the additional exceptions have any consequences to them that would be a kind of consideration to the other exceptions they've received. And I can't say that, and neither can administration. And that is why they didn't automatically put it in, was because they said some things we're comfortable putting in and some things we want to be able to do a review before we agree to put them in. And that is why they had not put them in initially. There was a rationale behind it. They provided us the rationale, and they've said that they'd want to go back and do further investigation before they said yes or no for their recommendation, not for final decision. So we talk about fairness, but the fairness needs to not just go one way. It has to go, everyone in the development community should be treated fairly and the same. And that also means that their process for decisions and how we evaluate their requests are done equally. And unfortunately, in this situation, it did not happen. And it was at the expense of the people who did follow the process and patiently waited and paid money to receive their result. So for that very reason, I cannot support this tonight.
All right. Is that it for members of council? I'll just weigh in on a couple things I heard, not so much on the what's in front of us, but I'll just say that I think the planning department, and those of you who've served me for a while know I do not like a direct control. Don't like a direct control. But because we actually are allowed a direct control, the province and the MGA does envision council acting as planners. It does happen. It doesn't happen very often in St. Albert, but that does fall under our responsibilities if that were the case. I think I heard that it's just easy to go straight to council if you think your request will be turned down. And I don't see this as that. First of all, I see the request in front of us as brought forward to the planning department. Maybe not through the process of an application and paying the fees. Don't think this has anything to do with the fees. I think if we were to ask Aberdeen to pay the fees, they would. I think they brought it through the process of the land use bylaw. And they were told no at that point. So as Councillor Broadhead said earlier, this is about hearing no, wanting something, so going to council to act as the adjudicator is the word that Councillor Broadhead used. Because this was not included in the land use bylaw in the fall. I agree that there could be a message that we are sending to the development community that if you just want something, you come straight to council. But I'd like to point out that at the land use bylaw public hearing in the fall, there was, I can't even remember how many requests coming from Build, which is, sorry, the development community through their association. These were a couple of them. All of council had an opportunity to consider those and they were turned down because we did not agree with them. I believe, and Councillor Broadhead can correct me, that he brought these forward probably because he agreed with them, and he probably agreed with them because he saw them in other parts of the land use bylaw and brought them forward as equity. Councillor Killick said they're fairly straightforward and would probably get approved. That's why I think I'm fairly confident in supporting this. So I'm not really worried about the message we are sending. I do believe it's council's role to meet with development community, whether it's on their UDI tours, whether it's going to UDI lunches, whether it's hearing from somebody who has a need, because for the last 8 years in this role and however long I've been elected, I wanted to make sure that this community was pro-development. And we have been acknowledged as a very development-friendly community just in the last few years. And I think that's a partnership between the planning department and us and ECDEV and everybody involved. So I think that's something to be proud of. And this to me is just another indication that we want to see development and we're okay with unique pushing the limits development. And I see this as that. And I know when I show off Midtown to neighboring communities, neighboring mayor colleagues, they're impressed with what we are doing here in St. Albert, and that makes me proud. So Councillor Brett, I'll let you close that, but to me, this is just not about needing more information. I got that information through the land use bylaw, and this is about equity. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and appreciate the comments all the way around. Meeting with residents, meeting with developers, meeting with business owners. That's part of the job that we have. I received an email yesterday about a request around accessibility, right? So does that mean I don't meet with this individual around accessibility? Of course it does, right? It's no different than meeting with a business owner and looking about sidewalk amenities, or meeting with them about trees or I remember meeting with residents about wanting the city to remove ornamental pears because when the when the pears fell, it drew the wasp to their area. And so we did.
You
Yeah,
killed a bunch of good trees.
we did. We took out a bunch of rare trees. Yes. And so it is part of the job that we meet with people in our community, whether they be business owners or whether they be developers or whether they be an individual who wants access because they are disabled. And so we don't always, make decisions, but we are asked to, and I'm going to use your word, Councillor Mackay, because it's a better word than adjudicate. We need to referee some days. And it's not casting judgment on either side, but just finding the path that we believe is best for our community. And in this particular case, we're being asked to referee whether or not we would apply the land use district land use bylaw equitably across all of the districts, and that's what I'm asking council to do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed and that motion passes with Councillor Romansky, Hughes, and Killick opposed. So that was second reading. And now it's, I'm assuming, unanimous consent. Sorry, I've lost.
That's
the tape,
correct.
but
That's correct, Mayor.
So Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 7/2025. I got bylaw 57 on my notes here, but I think it's bylaw 7, 2025.
Anything on debate? Councillor Hughes?
Just a fair warning. So I'll be voting against this. I think we really need to take a couple weeks and think about what we're doing on this vote and this message that we're making for everybody. And if you still want the same vote in the end of the day, that's fine.
Councillor Killick?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I heard the reference to refereeing and or making a decision, etc. If an application had been sent in and there was a disconnect between the application and the recommendation from planning, then I think there would have been something to referee. Right now, we're
Point of order. What are we debating here?
It's unanimous consent.
and
Yeah.
and in that light, I cannot support unanimous consent.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I see no, we'll just throw that to a vote. Voting's closed and that motion fails. So next regularly scheduled, is that how it works? Is that in our procedure bylaw?
Correct.
Yeah.
It might be in the agenda report, but in any event, it will be at the next regular council meeting.
Yeah,
on
I think it
April
was there.
15th.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll do third reading in a week or two. We need to flip back in time, don't we? Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
Yes,
We
there
have
are two
time
times.
specific. Man, that time went by fast. Okay, so I need a motion because this is our HR report, which is an in-camera conversation. So I need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Killick, go ahead.
That council move in camera to discuss matter pursuant to sections 24(1)A and 24(1)D of the Privacy of Information Act. Oh,
Call for the vote.
oh, yeah.
Voting is closed and that motion passes. So we'll be in camera for the next, I don't know, half hour or so. Oh, sorry, Natalie? Oh, there she is. Okay. Natalie's there. Gotta fill in the skeleton minutes, but I'll do that right away. All right, we're back. Glasses. We are flipping back to 10.1, and I think it was Councillor Broadhead, you said you would not forget your question. It was a long time ago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question was around the whole imperative to do a update to the municipal development plan is going to happen sooner or later, right? So if this were to pass, how long would it take you to actually bring on a senior planner? I mean, the recruitment has got to be 12 weeks anyway, I would think.
It takes for any position, and it depends on resourcing at human resources as well, but somewhere in the order of 3 months to 4 months to bring them on. Yeah.
So if you were to back that off until next year, that would be a further 3 months. And I think the thing that was compelling to me about this motion was not only to do the work around the MDP, but actually to give you some resources. I hear that I know you've got resources, but I don't want you working 90 hours a week either. Nobody should have to do that. Right? And it appears that sometimes you either have to do that or things fall off the table. So from my perspective, this does two things. One, it gives you a resource. Secondly, it gives you a head start on the MDP. And I'm making my debate.
Well, no, I was
Should-
thinking too that there could be a motion drafted to hire the permanent senior planner and delay the MDP charter, right? If somebody wanted
I
to
would
do
certainly
that.
consider that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was going to ask, would you have work for the person if you hired him?
I like how it assumes it's a her. We've had a bunch of female planners
I don't
parade
want to
through
be
here
gender
today.
specific. For this individual that you hired, would you have work for them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we would definitely have work for the planner to do.
Thank you.
Okay, trying to just refresh my memory. Where does anyone else have any questions of this one? I heard Councillor Hughes talking about postponing. Councillor Jolly, you're all good? I don't want to get into debate because all I really have is commentary now, not much in the way of. So does everyone want to make a motion in anything? I'm just trying this.
Mayor, I'd like to just do that motion for postponement so we can decide what we want to do. And if you want to go for it after that, it's your.
Pardon? You wanted to postpone the entire item?
Yeah, to postpone this matter to the. Or I guess I'm looking to you, Marta, for the wording, but it would be like, I want it to be brought forward in the budget. So not a separate item, like included in the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. We did prepare something in anticipation of this based on your previous comments earlier today. So we'll just put it up on the screen in a second. Basically, what we're saying is that the motion would be something like administration prepare a business case to update the municipal development plan to include newly annexed areas and intermunicipal planning direction with associated staffing requirements for council's consideration during the 26 budget process.
And what I would, when we wrote this, is the intention also to have the IDP separated from the MDP?
Yeah, they've got
Because
it
that would be the-
included in here, don't you?
Like you have it, we can say business cases if you want, or would that be sufficient?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it should be separate.
Yeah.
Councillor Jolly, just saw your hand pop up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could split it. So have the kind of MDP, IDP as one part of it, and then to Councillor Broadhead's point, possibly just vote on the permanent planner position right away.
So to that, Councillor Jolly, the other option we have under we can delay this and then still put forward one of the alternative options, which was that 100,000 be utilized for a temporary FTE for a planner. So we could still start that process.
I think it's permanent, but yeah.
But the alternate was temporary, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, well, the person could be a stabilization FTE for temporary, and then with the expectation that there be a possibility of going permanent. And then that could come from the stabilization fund as opposed to come from taxes this year. So I guess I was going to do this during debate, but that's what I thought would be an alternative, is look at the MDP separately and look at the staffing required separately, because they've been combined together, but we could actually view each situation in its own distinct.
Yeah, so I guess, Mayor, that's what I was looking for, to look at those.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the proposed, I don't know. Can you see the proposed wording, Councillor Jolly? Is it in the chat?
We'll put it in the chat for you, Councillor Jolly.
Okay. Because I think, just to be super duper clear, the administration prepare 2 business cases. Period. 1 to update the municipal development plan and 1 to update the MDP to include newly annexed areas, and another one for intermunicipal planning direction, period. Is that good?
Sure. And I guess the staffing would be a separate one too, right? Because
yeah, and then associated staffing requirements for council's consideration. Mr. Fletcher, if we take out that part about the associated staffing requirements, so I sense that either Councillor Jolly or Councillor Broadhead might bring forward a motion today to start the ball rolling on hiring somebody.
I would just caution that, you know, without those staffing requirements, the rest of the motion
so the
will be
business
very
cases are gonna
difficult to
get
implement.
pushed
Yeah.
to fall. And so you're not going to do any work on this to 26, but we're feeling super generous. I want to give you guys a planner today because I think it's necessary. So, but what I'm asking you, Mr. Fletcher, is I think the understanding is if we hire a planner today, then when and if the MDP and IDP project charters get approved, that would be their workload. Like they could do some, what did you call it? Interim bridge work. You said some word, I can't remember.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If it's helpful, I could bring that motion forward first, so we could vote on the planner first, and then Sheena's motions after, because then admin wouldn't have to worry about those staffing resources for that second part.
Yeah, but I was just asking Mr. Fletcher that there's an understanding that when the MDP and IDP project charters don't come through or come in the fall, they don't have an additional planner, right?
I'm sorry.
If so, the way this motion is on the table right now, it says that bring forward business cases for an IDP and MDP and associated staffing requirements. But if we do the staffing requirements today, we don't need this part of the motion. So let's just, and so you would understand that whoever you work on hiring would help out in the planning department between now and an MDP update, and then they would roll over into that position.
Understood. Yeah. But, you know, I would just caution that that's the one FTE. The other component of that was the temporary component. So that's not needed this year, but it doesn't mean that there won't be a budget ask potentially for some capacity.
Were you going to ask for a permanent and a temporary?
If you'd wanted us to start immediately, yes.
No, but what were you planning to do in the fall? Permanent and like 2 FTEs?
So, through you, Mayor, the intent of this was if we were bringing this on immediately, we would have requested the senior planner plus a temporary planner to support, to get us through to the end of the year, because there is an actual planning request in 2026 as part of the base budget. So we didn't need, the temporary position was only needed for the 10 months if we started immediately. So we weren't going to ask for, so if we start and got delayed and started in 2026, we didn't need to ask for the temporary because we're making assumptions that in the base budget that the planner would be there.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so in effect, the ask is for two planners. One was going to come as part of the budget. The other was brought forward germane to this discussion. And so if you approve a planner today, there's plenty of work for them. I can guarantee you that. But that's not to say you won't say another potential
another
business case in the fall. Yeah.
Okay. All right, and I kind of like what Natalie is saying. So I haven't accepted the motion on postponing these business cases. So Natalie, do you have an idea what you want to put on the floor?
Yeah, basically right out of the original motion. So I think it's like 120 for a permanent planner, something like that.
So that the base 2026 base budget be increased by 120 to fund a permanent FTE to support ongoing planning. I'll just stop there.
So that'd be 2025 though, wouldn't it? Like
Also
It
wouldn't need
says
120.
26 in this motion. That's all I'm reading. I was reading out of the agenda package. Sorry.
So I think what Mayor Heron was reading was for if we were going to start the work in 2026. I
Yeah.
think I understand that Councillor Jolly intends to be adding a senior planner position right now from the 2025 budget. So I just had a chat with Jen and she had suggested that it be funded from the 2025 budget. And then April 15th, come budget adjustment, there's that item, it'll be incorporated in there if that passes today. So I just need to update the motion on the screen. So what we have, Councillor Jolly will put it in the chat for you, is that an FTE be added in 25 to add a senior planner position to P&D to be funded from the 25 budget.
Yeah, that's fine. So just to clarify with Mr. Fletcher, this person can be busy, not a problem.
That is correct.
Awesome.
They will be gainfully employed once they're hired. Again, somewhere probably in the order of a month and a half to 3 months by the time they're brought on, right? And so the actual
probably-
monetary commitment will be about a third of the year.
Yeah, you probably don't need the full 120 then. Right? I don't know what a salary of a planner is, but that's not a third of their salary, is it?
So the 120 assumes the incidentals that you have with hiring an employee
Okay.
plus that is, I think, 8 months worth of salary.
Okay.
For the senior planner role.
And when you say incidentals?
Computers, training, that type of stuff.
Okay.
Mayor, but
That's-
wouldn't that be a one-time for those things that that could come out of a capital, or do we actually? So, and the other thing is, I think you wouldn't
Some
need
of it-
120.
Some of it is, some of it's ongoing. It's how we figure out how to charge for.
I wasn't gonna get into that.
Staffing, yes.
We're gonna need a new computer every couple of years.
Yeah.
Could we at
Also,
least-
also ongoing things like Microsoft licensing, training and development, rewards and recognition, like all of those pieces that are part of the operating budget.
If you don't spend the 120, can you put it back in the surplus? How about that?
But the surplus isn't a tax decrease, so would it be more reasonable to say 90,000 then? I'm just scared this motion might pass because I was going to do stabilization fund, so.
If I could just suggest, so this motion doesn't have a dollar value in it. We'll go out, look
good.
at what the realistic hiring date would likely be for this
Okay.
year and calculate out the
Oh, I
dollar.
like that.
Based
Okay.
on that.
Do you like that, Natalie?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, I see no more people asking to speak, so I'm gonna accept that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've been hearing for a while that our planning department could use some people to help out with all the projects that we've been throwing at them. We're really excited about some of the projects that you're working on right now. And, having this extra planner is going to help us be more responsive to our development community, to kind of the demands of council. And so I see this as helpful to get rolling as soon as possible.
Anyone else on debate? Oh, look at these people jumping in. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me because I can clearly see the demand and I can clearly identify that from everything we've talked about even today, that an FTE would be sorely appreciative, but my worry is where's the business case? Where's the proper way of doing this? So, and I worry that, particularly when we're talking about positions without having an actual business case in front of us, that it just raises concerns for me. But and nowhere in there, again, I gotta preface that with, I have no doubt that this individual will be busy. I have no doubt an additional MES officer would be busy. I have no doubt that, you know, and where does it go? So I would probably support this if I had a business case in front of me, because this is coming off of a entirely different motion with entirely different expectations. So I'm just gonna have to wait and listen to other comments.
Councillor Romansky.
Thank you, through the mayor. Well, my comments are the 2025 change is certainly premature. I was going to argue that the 2026 should probably be presented to us once there's more information, being that we don't, you know, we're going forward planning for 2026. The next budget, we haven't even closed off the 2025. We could have talked about this job that it was in need a couple of months ago if that was the case, but the provincial stuff is not provincial information is not provided. We're guessing. There's so many unknowns in this. So to jump ahead to a 2025 position from a 2026 ask that we were still debating is a broad jump for me.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so the intention of the postponement was that we would not require the staff resources right now. And I know that we had questions, we began this sometime a couple weeks ago, I feel like, at this point with this meeting. But many hours ago, we asked, do you still need this staff person in the event that we did not do the MDP now? And the answer was no. So when I read the backgrounder, it gave me the impression that you had a lot of work on your plate, but you've also indicated that you can manage it with the current employee base. Unless we were to fast move up the MDP, which that is why the intention of my motion is to move back the MDP, and then we can hire for that position and they can do other things as they get the MDP rolling. I'm sure they'll find stuff to put on their plate, but staff have not come and asked us for this business case unless we were going to start the MDP today. So I'm sure they can find stuff for these people to do. We've heard your task list is extremely long. But we should actually be filling needs and not guessing that we have to need to fill. If they need it, ask us for it. We're always here. You know where we sit. But they have not asked us for this. It was only if we did the MDP now, which is why my motion is, if you're not going to start at 2026, just do everything in 2026 and combine it all together. So that was the intention of my motion. So this didn't actually have to preclude it. But anyway, that's what I would suggest to council is, let's let administration, if they think they need staff, come and say they need staff. But today they clearly stated that they actually don't need this staff at a critical juncture unless we do the MDP today. So actually, I guess we should have voted the other one first.
Councillor Broadhead.
Yeah, appreciate all the comments. It just seems to me that every time there's, projects that come forward, and they happen in the city of St. Albert all the time, where sort of contingencies come about, and planning above all have to pivot to take on new work. And what we hear is that for us to take on new work, there is a consequence of other work that has to either be done off the corner of somebody's desk after hours or in some other way, or it just gets dropped because council priority comes and takes over that priority, or just external demands by the province. The Housing Accelerator Fund, I think, was mentioned. Just all these new sorts of things that come your way that you have to respond to, that people who are dedicated for a certain line of work all of a sudden have something else to do. And every time you do this, every time you do this, every time you do this, eventually you run up against the wall. And I don't think that, I appreciate the heart behind the delay. I do. But I want to make sure that you all have the staff necessary to get the job done. We ask a lot of you, so I think we should respond in kind. Those are my thoughts, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think this is an easy one. I'll be voting in favor of it. Councillor Jolly. capacity issues has been identified. We keep trying to push the envelope a bit, and we hear capacity is an issue, especially in the planning department. And I think we need to continue pushing that envelope. And St. Albert, as I said earlier, needs to be pro-development. So I'll support you, Councillor Jolly. Anything to close? Sorry.
Yeah, just really briefly. So I hope to convince one other person. Councillor Broadhead, I love your comment about that, our planning group is having to pivot to take on new work constantly, and there are consequences to that. What we've heard kind of from Mr. Fletcher over the last months is that we absolutely are hitting up against a wall in our planning team. Councillor Mackay, to your point about, yes, absolutely. And Councillor Hughes, I much would have preferred that this come from directly from staff saying, we've run into a wall. We can't do everything that we need to do. But you know what, we're here today. When I just glance at even today's agenda, we've got the Midtown LUB amendments. Our planners absolutely were involved in preparing that backgrounder. That's something that we just kind of threw at them. It was not part of kind of their plan. We had the MDP amendment for the growth areas, same kind of thing that was thrown at them in December, was not part of the plan. Councillor Broadhead, you talked about the Housing Accelerator Fund. There's also the mature neighborhood plans that I would love to see continue. And I'm just looking at our updated strategic plan. I mean, in here, some of the results that we're looking for are accessible shovel-ready land. Planners are involved. Housing options, planners involved. We want to see new building permits in terms of our priority of downtown vibrancy. We want to see, let's see here, like it just keeps going. Mixed housing, and our planners are involved in so many of our strategic priorities. So this position really just gives them a few months of leg up to respond to the work that we've been putting on their plate. So I hope to see support for this motion. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Sorry. Voting is closed, and that motion passes with Councillor Romansky, Hughes, and Mackay opposed. All right. Councillor Hughes, I'm going to go back to you. There was a motion about, it's not just a postponement. I think we want to be specific and say we want two separate charters, right? Okay.
Just wait for it. Is it up?
It'll just be 1 second. So we have the motion up there, and it's the one without the staffing considerations included in the wording, even due to the fact that the position passed. But as Bill mentioned, I think the business cases will come as necessary when they're prepared.
So I have a question before I do this. Is there any chance that that number will change from 600,000? Or go, when I say change, I mean go down.
Through you, Mayor Herron, our intent is not to spend $600,000 if we don't need to spend $600,000. Some of the other projects that we've worked on in the past, we've been able to shift and fund other projects to support it. So when the annexation budget, to implement and to bring on the annexation lands, there were additional engineering studies that were done. Park master planning is being funded from some of that as well. So sometimes it goes back into the pool. Sometimes it's reallocated to support ongoing work to inform other projects. So
so what I'm just hearing is the 600,000 is, and I know we've said it before, but there's somebody watching right now that's freaking out about that number. So it's 600,000, but it's actually a conglomeration of things. It's not just MDP, it's IDP, and it's a bunch of other studies. And we've just kind of like bundled it together and called it the MDP update. Would that be fair?
that is correct. Yes.
Okay.
It's probably about 3 projects in one.
Okay.
So that probably it'll be more accurate in the fall, right? Yeah, when we know more what the
Well,
process is
it's
expecting.
600. So, Councilor Mackay is saying up to beside me, and I'm thinking it's kind of implied, it's up to 600. We're just giving them, they'll give us back the money in the capital budget. So I'm actually thinking, Mayor, that I know I had that motion and you wrote it and it's beautiful, Marta. It's a beautiful motion.
Sorry?
But I'm actually thinking we should just bring forward the motion because if we're going to hire the person, we might as well bring forward the motion. And you guys can debate the other one. I'd rather bring forward the first motion now. Now that everything's been turned on its head, that 600,000 be allocated from the capital reserve to update the municipal development plan first. Because you've already increased the person. Might as well.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, Councillor Hughes, I'm gonna tell you right now that I can't support that because my problem with the business case, it was too, as you just said, a bunch of projects wrapped up in one with inaccurate numbers. That's why I'd rather see it refined, come to us in the fall. But it's up to you. Councillor Jolly.
I was just going to say, I would propose an amendment on that to delay it until budget so that we can actually have the information about what it entails.
I mean, that means we have an area structure plan for Northeast sitting on the books, misaligning with our MDP. Totally get that. And I'm okay with that. Honestly, I've said that before. So Councillor Hughes, it's up to you.
This is what I'll tell you. I'm gonna bring it forward. If you don't like it, you can always put forward the motion to do it for later. Okay?
Sorry, Mike?
It's all the other annexed land. It's not just.
Yeah, it's a different thing than that was originally asked for.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if that influences how you vote, but.
I'm just gonna vote. I'm gonna bring it forward. And if you don't like it, you can do the
So
postponement.
what are you bringing forward, Councillor Hughes?
The 600, the original motion, 600,000 be allocated from capital reserve to update the MDP flourish. And then take off the rest because you've already debated that part. You've already had the permanent FTE, so.
Well, that'll come in the fall. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher. He's like, never.
So no, I
Go ahead,
just
yeah.
looking to clarify, make sure we understand. So we're still, are we talking about bringing that work forward to 2025 or we're still talking about 2026 approval for those funds?
This is what I would say. If we approve it, you do it when you can start it. Okay, so if we approve it and you don't start till November because you're waiting till November, you start till November. It's just, we're just not going to delay this decision 6 more months. I mean, you guys make another project charter for no good reason. If we're going to go forward with it, let's just decide now. I'm not putting a timeline on when you start date is.
And so I would just offer the original motion as we brought it forward into 25 also included the temporary position to bridge. Just to remind folks of that particular capacity concern. And then this says 2026 budget, that would have to be 2020. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so
It's
all
now
I'm
been
saying is we
simplified.
stop it and then because you already asked, because the recommendation was we do that and you get an FTE to support it, right? So not a stopgap, you get the FTE. So that's already been debated. You got the FTE.
No, there's another FTE.
No, I think there was temporary and
was
then
temporary,
converting to an
correct.
actual FTE. This is just you got the FTE. There's no stopgap. So because you've already done the second part of the motion first, let's debate the first part of the motion.
But so I just want to clarify the record, but it was a temp and an FTE was the ask, right? Not one turning into another?
That's correct, as long as
Yeah.
it started instantly, but as what I'm hearing through you, Mayor Herron, Councillor Hughes,
Yeah.
is that you're saying we don't mind if you start in December, November, October, whenever
When
you
we're
can
ready,
get to it,
in which case we don't need.
then we can
Yeah.
work with just we've got the resource to get
Right.
to get
'Cause you-
going.
You didn't need 2 people. You needed 1 person, but one was a stopgap that could become a permanent person. Now we just gave you the permanent person, so you don't need the bridge. You just have the person, right? Or did you actually want 2 people?
We needed 2 if we were gonna start instantly, but if we're gonna delay, then I think
Yeah.
like we're talking Q4, we can.
Yeah.
We're okay with just
Okay.
1. We don't need the.
Okay. Well, the reality is I have no idea when you get started. So start when you start. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we'll just update the project charter to reflect that.
It's a multi-year process.
Yeah.
Start when you start. Can I put forward the motion, Mayor?
I think it's on the screen.
Yeah, are you ready? Yep.
Mayor, sorry, I was gonna propose the
Yeah.
amendment.
Okay, let me accept that one first and then I'll go to you. Councillor Jelly.
So that the amendment be, or that the motion be amended to,
I don't have to amend the motion, you just
Just
you just postpone.
yes, postpone it until budget. So just through the normal budget process.
Okay. So.
However Marta wants to put that. Sorry, we're however many,
Yeah.
5 hours.
Go ahead,
in.
Marta.
So my understanding is that if this fails, then we can consider the motion for administration to bring this forward during the 26 budget. So in that respect, there would not be a need to amend this, but if we were going
To postpone it.
to, or sorry, to,
Yeah,
po-
that's good.
to make a, yeah, to
Yeah.
change this, to postpone the action to the 26 budget. So that's why we drafted it this way. That was our understanding, that if this failed, it would then, the next motion would come to consider during 26 budget. If we're talking about changing this one to postpone it, I would just need a bit more direction about how that should be worded. That administration prepare a business case.
See, my problem is if it fails, it sort of gives administration direction to not do this work. I think if what Councillor Jolly wants to do is postpone the motion to budget, meaning please still do the work, but don't do it until we get a fulsome look at everything else we're going to be pulling out of the capital. Maybe a little bit more refined business cases, et cetera. I think, is that what you're looking at, Natalie?
Yeah, or even just that kind of the motion that was the draft that was drafted, so that it be amended to say that admin prepare business cases to update the MDP and do the IDPs in the 2026 budget process. I just tossed it in the chat, but it was exactly what they had before, so that it's just
Oh,
amended.
the one that we were sort of thinking we were going to be voting on? Okay.
Yes.
So this one hasn't been accepted yet.
No, it hadn't. No, yeah. So she's proposing an amendment to Councillor Hughes's motion to this one. And I have to sort of judge if they're the same thing. They're not really.
Mayor, if this one fails, that other motion becomes very relevant.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do it that way. So. I don't know if you heard that, Councillor Jolly. Councillor Hughes suggested that we could vote on the one that's on the screen, which is the 600,000 allocated from the capital reserve to do the MDP.
Mm-hmm.
I think the IDP, like that's my problem, is the business case is so hard.
Well, we don't have the information from the province yet.
Right. Yeah. And then if that fails, then I could entertain your motion. Okay. Right. Because I've already accepted this one. I'm open to amendments or postponements, but this, what you're proposing is quite different and it's not really an amendment. Okay. Okay, Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Okay. So this is the intention. You don't have to start tomorrow. You don't have to start it in May. You're going to just start it. The reason why I'm saying we do this now is we've already hired the permanent FTE, who will be hired when they get hired. We're going to plan for this and the money. So that's already going forward. So we actually have somebody eventually this year that can actually, in theory, start working on this. And what we have heard is there is a disconnect between the MDP and what's happening on the growth priority plans. So if we just approve this tonight, we've actually taken steps as a council to make these two match in some capacity. If we wait, as initially I thought we were going to wait, and then I thought about this a bit more after we already hired somebody. If we wait, then we actually are letting it go for almost a year where council has not taken no moves to make these two work together. But if we, as a council, say, you know what, we were going to approve it probably in the end of, next council is going to approve it in November. And so we'll approve it now. And so while they do not match, we have taken our steps towards making it match. Administration will then balance their workload to make it work as it can happen. So that is the intention of doing this now. It's just like, I understand that there's 3-in-1 going on here for the things, but what were the odds you were going to say no to the IDP considering it's mandatory? and you're going to say no to the MDP, considering that staff have said that they need to redo this anyway, and it's a 5-year update due anyway. And then whatever the other studies are that you're talking about, from what I understand, don't look optional either. So we have 3 areas that really are not optional, even if they've been conglomerated together or not. And as a council, if we just say yes now, get started, we are no longer keeping those 2 in a disconnect. And staff will take whatever time it takes. This is going to take a couple years to get going on this with their workload, as that staff person that we've already approved can then take it onto themselves. My suspicion is that even if we hired this person in July, they've got to get up to speed. They've got to figure out their tasks. And by that point, it'll probably be Q4, if not late Q4 before, and we would have the information from the province and they can just go. But if we wait until budget, then we're looking at a January start, et cetera, et cetera. And instead we can just say they can go. They can start doing something else until admin says, you know what, we're ready to go. Let's start this. And we're just not putting a barrier here. But as a council, we are not delaying this lack of synchronicity any longer than absolutely necessary. So that is why I'm suggesting that we just approve it now, unless you seriously think that you are not going to approve something, assuming you are on council, that you are not going to approve something in November.
Just a point of order. Did you read that in?
Yes, she did. Yep.
Did you? Oh, time to go back to sleep.
All right. Anyone else on debate? Who's that? Mike Killer. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My preference would be to give administration the time to develop a proper, fully researched business case and have it brought forward as part of the 2026 budget deliberations to say we know exactly the scope of work. I think from discussion and debate that we've had here, you have a good sense of what is expected. But my view would be to have this motion fail and give you enough time to come back with a proper, prioritized, fully fleshed out, thought out, budgeted business case for review in 2026, along with everything else that would be prioritized at that time. And it could be fully debated and discussed. I feel like we're doing this on the fly.
Thank you, Councillor Killick. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm with Councillor Hughes on this one. If it was ever up for debate that we had to do an MDP update, I'd wait till the cows come home, but we're going to have to do it anyway. And the way that the motion has been presented, you get an opportunity to use your, your expertise. You know how to, you've already done an MDP. You know how to do an MDP update. So I suspect that as you go forward, you'll know how to do it. And you've given latitude about when to start. So actually, I kind of like the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Initially, I could clearly see the rationale for holding and waiting and getting a little bit more detail. That was kind of my argument on the position. But now that position's being allocated to planning, we knew that right as soon as, when did EMRB expire? March 5th?
March 31st.
March 31st. So pardon me, time flies. So March 31st. So, but we knew that it was going to die on March 31st. So it's not like we don't know this. And this actually gives us a leg up because we do know that we're going to be in IDP negotiations, and regardless whether some of the conversation I heard around the EMRB table from the counties was, oh, this is simple. This is easy. We'll have no trouble doing this. I don't believe it. And so this kind of gives us a head start. And you're right. I would expect them to come back with a business cases outlining more of how they're going to do the work going forward. But I'm coming around to this one.
Councillor Jolly.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with Councillor Killick. When admins told us that proceeding immediately could result in moving forward without clear guidance from the province regarding anticipated changes to the MGA, that really makes me want to wait for those business cases so that we're not wasting time and money. I really don't want to get started when we risk having to start over at a cost, even if it's just a few months of work, because we don't have all the information we need from the province to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Jolly. Yeah, I liked the potential of the project charters coming in the fall separated. I have some thoughts about using the old EMRB growth plan as an overarching document for IDPs for the region, and we have not even had a chance to present that to the minister yet. And I'll say it again, I'm fine with having the MDP sit for now. We've got the Landrex ASP is approved. They can develop if they want, if they're ready to invest $70 million. But I don't see the rush in this. It was planned for 2026 anyway. And it would be much more prudent to have much more accurate numbers for business cases. So Councillor Hughes to close.
Okay. Here's the situation. The delay from the waiting for the MGA, we don't know when they're going to come. We know it's going to come. We have not put a start date on this. So that allows us simply to get started when it's prudent to get started. So the staff person's going to come, they'll get underway. And then when administration says it's time to start, they start. Maybe it's in November, maybe it's in January. We're not saying when to start. We're just saying as a council, we are comfortable with saying you can go forward with this. Now, I understand you're saying let's get a business cases. So they did a business case. Now, maybe you don't like the business case. Maybe you wanted to be more detailed. Would it really stop you from voting in favor of it if it was more detailed? We're also giving staff more work because now they have to do 3 business cases in addition to accomplish the same goal as just approving it today. So we keep saying we don't want to overload staff with work. And then we literally are saying, but we'd like you to rewrite all your documents 3 times. So if you're thinking that when you had the detail that you'd say yes, then do it. The other thing we have to realize is that in November, it's a different council. If we, as a council, want to say, we agreed to an area structure plan that did not match the MDP in administration's opinion, we will differ on that till the day I die, but until administration's opinion does not agree. And so as a council, we should be rectifying this before our term is up and not expecting another council to understand everything that we have made a decision for and have them have the same level of priority on it. So we have a business case. We have a start date of whenever administration feels it's the appropriate time, understanding that it will probably be sometime either Q4 or Q1 of next year, Q4 this year, Q1 next year. All we're just saying is that we are not going to sit here and let it continue to be a disconnect for months on end because we don't have a detailed enough business case. That's it. And then the administration will have the task of starting it. I think it's been very clear in the conversations that we have no expectation of you to start it tomorrow. It's to start it when you can. Obviously, sometime before the middle of 2026 would be a great start, but when you can, and if you get the information you need from the province, and you say that we're good to go, that we are not causing additional delay in helping those 2 documents match up in administration's opinion. That's all we're saying on this. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Yep. Okay, that motion fails. I missed it with Councillor Broadhead, Hughes, and Mackay in favor. So, Councillor Jolly, do you want to bring forward yours?
Sure. That administration prepare business cases to update the MDP to include newly annexed areas and intermunicipal planning direction with associated staffing requirements for council's consideration during the 2026 budget process.
Okay, I'll accept that. Any comments?
No.
Sorry. Sorry, that's funny. Anyone else? Councilor Bermansky, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a question quickly for administration on this one. If this does not pass, would you not be doing that work anyhow, or like looking towards it?
I think just gives clarity.
Through the mayor, it would be challenging for us to do some of these documents without council support or approval, because the prioritization for us and our workloads would definitely put it on the back burner, and bringing forward some of, I guess, the scope of it also requires some funding to bring it forward. Because we'll need some expertise, external expertise as well. So it would be difficult for us to do. We would. Anything else to add? Yeah.
No, maybe I could just add, please, that I think the original 5-year review sort of really foresaw minor sort of update changes, right? This is not insignificant when we look at really kind of a first principles potential revisit of what underpins the MDP holistically. When you add that on to things like the infill strategy and housing accelerator fund and just the day-to-day business, right, of enabling development, there would be a whole bunch of stuff that we'd give if this is not funded. This I would offer this could potentially give, and we just live with a discordant linkage for longer, provided council didn't give us explicit direction to do that, right? And we'd have to take a really hard look at how we prioritizing work out of the planning and development shop.
Right, but you'd normally have a business case during budget time regardless, right?
Oh, through the mayor, yes, that's what we would normally do, for sure.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Barter, do you have a question? Or debate? Because I'd already accepted the motion, but it's okay either way. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So the motion, it just says bring forward business cases. That means that someone on the new council is going to have to move the motion in order, and it'll have to be debated by the council. This is not actually funding the program, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry. Councilor Hughes, question or debate?
Just debate.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Just council, I don't know if it just sank in how we just voted against that, but I've been here for a while, and the MDP was brought forward in the 2010s, and it was delayed many years by the council of the day. So just so you know, we can bring this forward for fall, but don't assume that it's going to pass just because it's being brought forward in the fall. So the opportunity to ensure that it was passing, we just had that opportunity.
All right. Anything to close, Councilor Jolly?
Yeah, I'll just really briefly say I think this is an important project, but I think it should be considered in the greater context of our budget and our long-term plans. And the best opportunity to do that is going to be through our next budget process. And I guess I'm personally going to have to trust whoever's sitting at this table to make that decision on the municipality's behalf. And certainly I will encourage folks to kind of recognize the importance of an MDP that is aligned with our priorities and with the land that we have. So I look forward to seeing what happens in the fall.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Vote is closed and that passes unanimously. Christina, before you go, when that MDP update comes, it would be my desire to see density targets enshrined in the MDP. And maybe other parts of the growth plan that we appreciated and liked and maybe this is an like outside of council chambers conversation, but do you need any specific motions maybe from myself before that?
Maybe I could offer,
Yeah, okay.
Again, I think this is all presupposing that you approve the business cases or someone approved the business cases in the fall. And so I think that's the first step, and then discussions on what that would entail, right? The detailed analysis of the growth
I just
plan.
know that Edmonton,
Right.
when the EMRB was crumbling, made a specific motion in their council chamber.
Now, I do believe that our current density targets are in the MDP already.
Yes, that's my
Yeah.
question.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor Herron, there are right now, we do have requirements for greenfield densities. And then we've got targets for infill.
Like aspirational targets, like the growth plan used to say? Okay.
I think we actually called them targets. I don't
Okay.
call them aspirational, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right. And I might have a closer look at the document to see, you know, if we want some specific wording about preservation of ag land or housing or something like that. Okay. All right. I think we're done with this conversation. All right. That was 10.1. Oh, I'm on to the second page of my agenda. It's good news. 10.2 was on consent. I will read it. Was service level inventories. So that the updated service and service levels inventory provided as an attachment to the April 1st, 25 agenda report entitled Service and Service Levels Inventory Annual Update be approved. And that the updated and approved service levels inventory replace the version currently attached to Council Policy CFS 05 Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles Schedule 1, Service and Service Level Inventory to be used as per policy. And then the other 10.3 was on the consent, which was the updated version of our council strategic plan was approved. I'm going to go fast. And then the associated, oh no. Next was the business case for the solicitor. Now in hindsight, Marta, we should have put this on consent. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do have some speaking notes, so I hope you bear with me.
Okay.
I am here today to request that one FTE be added in 25 to the Legal, Legislative, and Record Services Department for a solicitor position. The Legal Services branch is part of the Legal, Legislative, and Record Services Department. The director of that department serves as the city solicitor, the city clerk, and the FOIP head pursuant to the FOIP Act. The Legal Services branch consists of the city solicitor, a solicitor, and a paralegal. The solicitor position was added to the Legal Services branch in 2001. The solicitor is responsible for assisting the city solicitor in providing full range of legal services for the city. This includes providing verbal and written advice and opinions on diverse legal matters to members of administration and city council, drafting bylaws, drafting, negotiating, and reviewing various agreements, policies, and leases, acting as a liaison between external counsel retained by the city, and representing the city as required to outside agencies. The solicitor is also responsible for keeping the city solicitor advised of emerging legal issues and provides coverage for the city solicitor when required. The current solicitor will be taking a temporary leave of absence in the near future. In an attempt to backfill the solicitor position for the duration of the term, the following avenues were pursued. A recruitment was conducted for a term solicitor position. Some applications were received and interviews were conducted. Offers were made and feedback received from applicants was that it was too risky to agree to a term position at this time at the expense of giving up permanent employment elsewhere. A law firm was approached regarding whether they would be interested in seconding one of their lawyers to gain in-house experience at the city for the duration of the leave. While interested, the law firm did not have enough associates at the time to be able to consider this request. A regional municipality was also approached regarding whether they would be interested in seconding someone to the city of St. Albert to gain a different in-house experience for the duration of the leave. While interested, the municipality provided feedback that during this time of instability, the timing wasn't right to proceed with that secondment. It has become clear over the course of the recruitment that the small pool of qualified candidates, combined with the temporary nature of the position, is proving to be a challenge. Due to the consistent increase in the volume and complexity of legal requests over the last 5 years, administration has been planning to bring this position forward as a high priority request during the 26 budget process. However, due to the unanticipated challenges in the recruitment for this term position, the request is being made in advance of the 26 budget process. As such, administration is requesting that a 1.0 FTE be added to the legal services branch and that $88,100 be added to the 26 base operating budget for annualized funding for the solicitor, which is offset by a reduction in contract dollars to be funded through 26 assessment growth revenue. If this is approved, administration would be able to recruit for a permanent solicitor immediately. There would be no financial implications in 25, as the incumbent would be funded through the temporary leave of absence until approximately April 2026. The 26 budget would increase by $88,100, which is offset by a reduction in contract funds. On the return of the current solicitor from their leave, the complement of solicitors would consist of 2, in addition to the paralegal and the city solicitor. Thank you for indulging me and for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Perhaps I could just jump on
Yeah.
that. And at the risk of sounding a bit tongue in cheek, a lot of people talk, we have 2 solicitors or 2 lawyers. We actually have 1.5. And that's not because Marta's a bad lawyer. It's because I expect her to be the director of her branch. And so she does not spend all her time exclusively poring over legal files. I mean, you look at the significant level and complexity and number of files that we have. That's why this was not a decision taken lightly to bring it forward off cycle. This was deliberate, and I think because we were left with really no other options. And I am concerned if we're unable to backfill that position, that we will be putting ourselves in significant risk.
Yeah.
Hence also the work done to try and mitigate any impact to the taxes in 25 and the offsets that we looked at into 26.
Thank you, Mr. Fudge, for that. And believe me, I think we all know how hard our city solicitor works. Any thought of taking the ledge part of the job description and moving it somewhere else?
Not in the short term, no.
No.
With the election stemming, that's not an in-year decision that we would make. I think
Mhm.
certainly as we get into 2026, right? I mean, just over the course of normal review, we'd be looking at our structure more holistically and more deliberately. So I'd say never, I guess, but I would be loath to make that change this year with everything that's going on to set ourselves up for the
Good
election.
call. Yep. Okay. Any questions of Marta or Mr. Fletcher? Seeing none, I'm gonna ask Councillor Jolly to make the motion. Oh,
Sure.
Natalie, go ahead.
Cheryl's gonna put it in the chat, isn't she?
Yes, just 1 second.
That 1.0 FTE be added in 2025 to the Legal, Ledge, and Record Services Department for a solicitor position.
You want to do, can't we do 2?
There are 2. Yeah, we can do them together.
Do them together. Is it out there?
Just about, I can tell.
It's page
And
200.
that the following postponed motion be approved, PM 26-001, that 88,100 be added to the 2026 base operating budget for the annualized funding for the solicitor, offset by a reduction in external legal counsel dollars to be funded through the 2026 assessment growth revenue.
Awesome. Okay. Accept that. Any further comments?
To admin, thank you for asking. This is what I've been asking for 7 years, is for, let us know when you need these positions. Thank you.
Ask when you need help. Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, call for the vote. That motion passes unanimously. Because Marta is so good at ledge, she puts her motions near the end of the meeting when we're tired. But we still have more. So Councillor Killick, you pulled the transit garage off of consent. I'm not exactly sure why, so I'm going to go to you to ask any questions and then make the motion if you're willing to.
I have no questions. I think in my email of why I pulled it off, it was just simply that it was a major borrowing bylaw with tax implications that we should have, for transparency's sake, not have it on consent and have it just here today voted. We've had all the background at our first reading at council, so it should be a fairly straightforward vote, but for transparency's sake only, I didn't want it on consent.
Okay, I would have read it out just like I do with every other motion. Yep. But go ahead. Yep.
So would you like me to read it in and as?
Yep, we need, we're second and third reading. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That bylaw 2/2025 being a borrowing bylaw for the transit garage expansion be read a second time.
All right, I accept that. Any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just to reiterate that this is a borrowing bylaw for $13,450,000 to do the expansion for the transit garage. As we've discussed, it is for warm, dry storage of our transit fleet that is required because of the onboard sensitivity of the onboard electronic equipment, etc. And also some additional space for maintenance. So this was all discussed at first reading and we supported it at that time, but because it has tax implications to pay for that borrowing of $546,836 in 2026 and $384,170 in 2027. I thought it was important that we bring this forward for second and third reading and approval.
All right. Councillor McKay.
Yeah, I mean, being as you're throwing out numbers, I think it's also important to note that the borrowing bylaw only sets out the maximum amount that may be borrowed for the project.
All right. Anything else, Councillor Killick?
No.
Okay, call for the vote. Motion, voting's closed and that motion passes unanimously. Are you okay with third reading? Perfect.
That bylaw 2/2025 be read a third time.
Anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Call for the vote. Voting's closed and that passes unanimously. 12.2, I believe Councillor Killick had a question about size of cardboard or something in the bylaw.
Yes,
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think, can't remember if it's 0.16.1 in the bylaw where it said any cardboard over 1 meter could be put in a blue bag, but there is no such thing as a blue bag that is actually a meter wide. And I wondered if the word oversize was incorrect and it should be less than.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe Tim Saunders and John Potter are online. I would certainly defer to them for a technical response.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. And through the chair to Councillor Killick, I will ask John to provide a little bit more information. I know that there is a desire for the cardboard to be in a dry condition because it does contaminate the recycling. But I will pass over to Mr. Potter for additional commentary.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you to the through Mayor Herron. My camera won't flip on. I'm on.
I can't see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a voice for radio anyway, so I don't recall exactly the size. I think you're quite right. The intent, I guess, of that would be that even though you would keep it to a certain length and width, you could fold it to fit into the blue bag. I think it probably has more to do with what's allowable at the processing facility, where when they take it out of the blue bag and it's got to be a certain size to go through the processing facility. But you could fold that sheet up. I guess I'll have to look at that in short order, I guess.
So the wording is that cardboard must be flattened and not be greater. So total size can be put out on the curb plain, which everybody pretty much does, 1 meter by 0.6 meter in size. And then the next says flattened cardboard exceeding this size may be placed in blue bags. But if it exceeds that size, and irrespective of folding it, you're still saying the size is 1 meter by 0.6 of a meter. There is no blue bag that is big enough to hold 1 meter wide cardboard. I know it's a small point, but I thought if we're bringing this forward for discussion, and I fully support solid waste, all of the comments that have been made. I just wondered if that was a wording that it should have said flattened cardboard less than this size may be placed in a blue bag.
That makes sense. It does seem like it was a typo, Counselor.
Marta?
I mean, so from a legal perspective, this is fine because flattened cardboard that exceeds that size can be folded and put into blue bags. When we were corresponding internally, when we talked about this, my recollection is that it was to encourage cardboard to go into blue bags and not to exceed that size. But if it is exceeding that size and is not in a blue bag, it will still be picked up. But this is more to show the world, i.e. the residents, of the expectations of the program. And I believe that's linked to the kind of information we're offering residents on our website as well. Like it's something similar would be on the website. So it's not a typo from a legal perspective. The interpretation is fine. Certainly, Councillor Killick, if you wanted to delete the last sentence from that section, you could bring an amendment to do that and I could have that motion ready to go. It also wouldn't change it that much, except it would take away the fact that we do expect residents to have nothing larger than that size cardboard out. And if it is larger than that, then it should be flattened and made smaller and put in blue bags. That was our discussion internally.
So
Right.
just a little bit further information. Right now, irrespective of the bylaw amendment, our website dictates corrugated cardboard can be flattened and placed underneath the blue recycling bag. Please keep the cardboard dimensions to a maximum of 3 feet by 3 feet. Larger cardboard should be dropped off at the Mike Bitchell Recycling Depot. Soiled or wet cardboard can go in the green organics cart. So it is about the keeping it in a dry condition.
I don't think we need an amendment, Councillor Killick. Yeah,
No.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. The other thing is that I did, again, not want this on consent. It is a significant change coming for multi-dwelling development.
Mayor, point of order. Are we into debate?
I think he's just explaining why he pulled it off consent.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can do that. Do you want to make the motion? Okay, why don't we do that? And then you can talk about the significant event, because it is, I totally agree with you.
That bylaw 6/2025 being the residential solid waste management bylaw be read a first time.
All right, why don't I accept that one and open it up for debate?
It's simply that rather than having this on consent, this is I agree with everything that's in there. As written, but it is a major change for multi-dwelling developments that they will now be responsible for 3 streams: garbage, organics, and recycling as of October 1st, 2026. And this debate tonight would make that very clear to residents that they should be expecting it. It's something that they've been asking for, or many residents have been asking for, but it may make changes to their collection system. And I know our admin staff is working hard with multi-dwelling developments to figure out how they can actually do that. So this gives those residents awareness that we are passing this bylaw and it'll come into effect October 1st, 2026.
Awesome. Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Voting's closed, passes unanimously. Second reading?
That bylaw 6/2025 be read a second time.
Anything on that one? Okay.
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Do you want to make unanimous consent? It'll make me. touch
That
my
unanimous
OCD will
consent
get
be
me.
given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 6/2025.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Third reading.
That bylaw 6/2025 be given third reading.
Awesome. Anything further?
I would just like to say thank you to the staff that's been working on this and will continue to be working with the multi-dwelling developments to assist them with implementation by October 1st, 2026.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. That passes unanimously. Okay, Councillor Hughes had indicated when we were coming out of in camera that she would be okay postponing the procedure bylaw, but I need to make sure that that's okay. So do I need a motion to postpone it?
Sorry, do you mean to postpone to a different meeting?
Yeah. Just
Okay,
because it's getting late and,
I think if you just provide us direction at agenda planning, we'll just,
okay,
slot it
April
up.
15th. Yeah. All right. Is everyone else okay with that? No one's, yeah, that was something, Councillor, I was thinking the same thing, some backgrounders for her amendments. What, it gets complicated, right?
Sorry, so I just missed that. You're requesting that.
So there's been some proposed amendments. Will there be backgrounders included if we delay it for 2 weeks?
So there would be an addition of another alternative, which was mentioned over email earlier today. But in terms of the amount of detail that would be in the agenda report, we had the agenda report that went to Standing Committee the whole, which I would submit was the fulsome kind of backgrounder on all of the changes and why they're being proposed. And then the admin backgrounder for April 15th would just give you the alternatives of how to change from that. So if you're seeking something further than that, certainly let me know and I can work on that, but that would be the plan.
Not just commentary on what the impact of the amendments would be.
Sure.
Just so you know, they're the alternatives in the backgrounder. So it's just like there's alternative 1, 2, 3, and I had just included alternative 1 and 2, which we discussed at the meeting. And even the other motion I had, which was just instead of giving 7 days notice, was just that remove that section altogether, was also discussed at SCOW. So the only reason I'm saying if you want to delay it is just because we've been at this for 6 hours and I just feel like at some point fatigue sets in. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so April 15th. We had 12.4 in consent, which was repealing of the policing committee bylaw. So that was repealing bylaw 13, 2025. Wait. No, that is the bylaw to repeal bylaw 13, 2019. So make sure we have the right policing bylaw on the books. I will not go any further. Okay, but we will do 14.1. I think we can get this one done pretty fast, which is the 2025 business case for additional planters. Councillor Killick, I'll get you to read it into the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that the 2025 base budget be increased by $10,000 funded through taxes on an ongoing basis for additional planters to be deployed at the Taché roundabout downtown and along North St. Albert Trail.
All right, before I accept it, does anyone have any questions of Councillor Killick or Councillor? Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, really quick. So I mean, this is specific in relation to some growth and we see growth occurring, but we're talking specifically around the Tash Street traffic circle, a downtown area in North St. Albert Trail. There's 3, but as new areas come on like Chiro and others, as they turn over to the city, do we have to keep coming back to administration to ask for these things to be included, or is there a way to actually put them in budget so that it just naturally grows and expectations are there?
Yeah, thanks very much, Councilor. I think as things stand now, if you want specific changes, they'd have to be directed. I think as we look more broadly at growth, let's certainly defer to Mr. Alex to speak here. But I think we can probably have a look between now and the fall at what that would look like.
Couldn't it be just part of our service levels?
I think to a degree it can, right? It's a matter of where the money comes from, right, to enable that growth.
Yep. All right, Councilor Bermansky.
Thank you. Just one question for administration. Like, it seems like 10,000 was just a number sort of grabbed out of the hat kind of thing. And when you're looking into things like this for service levels, wouldn't you look at, say, maybe you're expanding the area you have to cover, you don't have a planter on all four corners of a specific intersection, or just have whoever provides the floral to cover the area at hand and not necessarily have to add cost every time?
Well, I think this is in addition to what we currently provide, and so it will cost more, right? It's not about the motion is very clear. It's not about reallocating flowers from one area to another. It's about adding to our current footprint, and so that is not a zero-sum game. We'd have to do the addition of money to make that happen from a contract.
Right, except you do have them sort of overloaded in specific areas, right?
I don't know. We've not received any complaints that we've had it overloaded, Councillor.
Okay, and so the 10,000, where'd that number come from again, please?
An IR. Came from an information request.
That was your information request. So that was an estimate then, essentially.
That's correct. And as with everything, we're not seeking to spend every last red cent, right? We'd think it's about $10,000. If we can get it for less, that's great.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, and you probably could have found room in the budget somewhere, but I think this is probably more prudent just to add it as an expectation for year after year after year.
Well, and I think so absolutely we could have found it in this year, but because this is the expectation is this is now a recurring theme, we wanted a permanent change, right, to the overall budget so that it doesn't have to come back. It's not a scramble year over year to find the money.
Cool. I see no more questions, Councillor Killick, so I will accept your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This came about through a couple of things. Council in the Park. Last year, residents mentioned to myself and Councillor Broadhead and maybe others that they said, wow, it's pretty barren in front of the senior center and traffic circle. It should be nice to see flowers there. We had just removed the, I think it was centennial flower topiary that was in front of the senior center. That had just been taken out because it had come to the end of its useful life. And this is an opportunity that drove the IR and got the response back. Second point, I checked with our Downtown Business Association in a regular meeting with them to make sure that this was not an overlap with what they would be asking for or doing. They do have their downtown beautification grant, but they did fully support that additional planters downtown would be much appreciated as part of making downtown vibrancy, and also just seeing growth and expansion along St. Albert Trail. We are the botanical arts city, and I often, well, many times throughout the year, get comments that it is so nice to see those wave petunia baskets out on the street corners, major traffic thoroughfares, St. Albert Trail especially. And this was an opportunity to address all of those three things. So I hope council is supportive of this.
Anyone else on debate? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes by majority with Councillor Jolly opposed. Okay, we did 16. Oh, wait, information requests, notice of motion announcements. I can't remember if we have any. Two. Okay. Who are they?
We have one from Councillor Mansky for a notice of motion, and the other one's an information.
Oh, right.
request.
Councillor Mansky, or one on the the naming policy. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. That policy CCC 05 is suspended until a full review of the policy is completed and revised to align with improved processes regarding community support for renaming consideration requests, and that administration provide a revised policy to SCOW by Q3 of 2026.
Perfect. And who else was it?
Counselor Hughes had an IR.
IR.
I have it. Please provide a cost breakdown of all the costs for the renaming of Grandin, including funds used within existing budgets. That's it. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything new they want to throw in? You have a new IR?
Yeah, I just, no, not an IR information, or just more of an information.
Okay, go. Yeah.
I just said publicly rather than
Yeah.
maybe in camera, but I'm just wondering if we know the impacts of ATE, the automated traffic enforcement. And when they initially were coming in, I think our contractor pulled back because they weren't where they were kind of reevaluating where they were. Is that contract going to be impacted now that the program started as of today, April 1st, I believe?
Yeah.
You know, right off the top.
So I don't have a detailed answer except to say that you will get a response fairly soon. It was towards the end of March when we were looking at the contract split and the contractors doing their estimate to determine what was viable moving forward. So once we get the detail, we'll push it up to council. Absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And sorry, just to throw that at you, I just thought of it.
Awesome. Not an IR, not a CI, but just maybe curiosity. I got an email just today from somebody from out of town who went swimming at Fountain Park. Staff were professional, courteous. Our kids had a great time. The temperature was great. It was all great. I see a plaque on the wall that Sturgeon County assists in funding of this facility. Is that just because they give us the annual and we put that on all our rec facilities, or is that an old plaque? I'm just wondering. And you might not have the answer.
No, I believe we can certainly confirm, but I believe that was what was negotiated based on Sturgeon County's recreation funding to St. Albert was the appropriate
last year.
recognition for that. That's correct.
Mayor, I can answer that. I was actually staff around the time at that time that went up.
Okay, so that means I'm wrong.
Well, maybe it's a new plaque. It might be a new plaque. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I don't.
Councillor Jolly's probably right.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, not a lot of plaques, a few plaques of folks who have donated money. So that was in addition to, if you see all the handprints, so everybody paid, I don't know, $100 or something like that to do a handprint. And so those were kind of all happened at the same time. And I guess that would have been winter of 99, 2000 that those donations happened.
So we will take that away and
Mine just kind of
and just I'll send you a note.
yeah. I don't remember
yeah.
any conditions on that 260 whatever $1,000.
Because there was recognition for that.
Okay.
Right. It is probably now thinking about it, not a permanent plaque, right? It's probably something.
Yeah, maybe the question is what recognition did we give Sturgeon County?
Absolutely.
Thank you. But kudos to the staff. Nice email. It was from a mayor too. All right, I need a motion for one more in camera, which is 16.3 dialogue with the CAO. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That council move in camera to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 24(1)A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting's closed. That's unanimous. Okay, everyone else can go home.